Slow news day.
Yeah, slow news day.
Slow news day.
You know, we're starting a podcast. I don't know, like 12:10 p.m. Pacific for me on the West Coast. Is a Tuesday, and I'm thinking like maybe we could wrap this up in like
Hour and a half.
like 120 minutes.
Hour and a half, and we'll be out. That's about
maybe
all
90
we
minutes.
need. Not much going on.
I'm not too worried about it.
Well, so because it's a slow news day, I think that's actually why I would be like, well, hey, we can just, I'll start with this. To Pimp a Butterfly. That's where I think you should start. That's a good place to start.
I think before we continue this conversation, I think we should do a cursory courtesy for audio listeners who are not currently familiar with you or I. Wooly.
Hi.
So my name is Pat. I am a white man. I need you to keep that in the back of your head throughout the whole rest of this conversation.
My name is Wooly. I am not. All right. Moving on.
I don't particularly follow or listen to music. This is an important detail for the ensuing 20 to 40 minutes of conversation.
Who knows?
So, take the floor.
No, To Pimp a Butterfly is where I think you should start your
that's
your
what you
journey.
mean. I see.
Yes. There's a lot of debate about what the right place to jump in is. This is not video games or manga. I mean, it is, and it really is in a lot of ways. But at the same time, you can jump in on different albums to catch different feelings. If you're thinking about diving in to find out what K-Dot is all about.
I was recommended Good Kid, Mad City.
Yes, that's that's the second strongest place you can start too. It goes back and forth, but the thing is that what you're going to get from people with this is a really like tailor-made based on their tastes. All right, and like what people kind of like and resonate with the most, and what you look for in hip hop kind of is going to affect what you're going to prefer, right? So the thing is
all
that
right, I'll skip right to the end here. You know what I prefer? I prefer hatred.
Yeah, right. That's the thing. So like Kendrick storytelling is what early Kendrick is a lot of that is jazz. It is abstract art, rap, and it is storytelling. And Good Kid, Mad City is a narrative. It's an awesome album that is like telling you the story about him and going to see his girl and the shit that goes off when you grow up gang affiliated. But the later albums get into other conceptual stuff. I think To Pimp a Butterfly is a really nice like way to introduce what's going on. It's got like it's got that anger, it's got that strength, it's got a lot of messaging to it, and it hits pretty fucking hard because as it's been described, he raps like he's trying to free the slaves, right? So when it comes to that type of descriptor, you get a lot of that, and you get a good introduction to like him at his best. I think it just fucking it stands out there really strongly, I think, in my opinion. But hatred cranks up quite a good bit in the next album right after that. Damn. Right? All caps, period. Right? There's a lot of anger that comes out of him. It's a little less storytelling and a little more of that like that ferocity. So you can catch that. But I guess the question is like, is there any part of you that is curious about the narrative or the music or any part of like what you're because there's a lot to unpack with this dude. So but there's a reason why I brought him up a while back as like
I remember
one of the fucking new quote unquote new at the time people to follow.
So I need to apologize because I actually spoke about this a little bit ago on like a stream on last Tuesday, I think it was. And somebody asked me last Tuesday, which was at a very specific point in time, hey, Pat, have you seen anything about this Kendrick and Drake beef? To which I said, I had seen, that was occurring, but I hadn't heard any of the songs. And I said, I don't understand why anyone would expect me to care about two grown men like poetry fighting in the street. Right? It's just a bunch of dudes just be like, no, you're stupid, no, you're dumb, whatever, who cares? Well, apparently TikTok on my phone heard that, and later, I think that night or the night next, scrolling dog videos, a lot of dog videos, and then all of a sudden I get to the verse in Euphoria that just activated my third eye, which is, I hate the way that you walk, I hate the way that you talk, I hate the way that you dress. And what I felt in my chest was, that's real hate.
Yeah,
that's real hate.
Shout out to DMX who brought that shit to the forefront. Absolutely. There's a clip of him on the Breakfast Club a while ago with that. So a lot of the time there's these legendary beefs that happen in rap, and like you go back to, you know, obviously Biggie and Pac, right, was like the one of the fucking the prodigious, and then you get, you know, Jay-Z and Nas over the years, which like elicits the term ether when you're describing when someone gets fucking cooked into oblivion, you know. But like there's this thing to it where like sometimes it's just this, like, there's a point where you hit those where they get to their, like, you know, kind of pop off points of like, holy shit, did you just hear Hit 'Em Up? I cannot believe what the fuck he just said, right? Opening salvo, so I fucked your bitch, you fat motherfucker. First off, fucked your bitch in the click you claim. West Side, like, just goes in by full form, make sure all your kids don't grow, and you're like, that's mad, I can't believe, what the fuck are we doing, right? But then you kind of get to things where you have like Eminem just pantsing Machine Gun Kelly, you know, in like modern years.
That like reached out to me over the collective unconscious, and I saw it and I was like, why are we letting a man fight a child?
And it's just, you know, and like, again, and just, it's so embarrassing that like by the end of it, you know, MGK switches genres. He just leaves rap. Right?
Oh, I didn't know that was the end of that. That's embarrassing as fuck.
The new, like, poppy kind of like sing-songy version of the character that is Machine Gun Kelly exists.
Oh my God.
Because he left rap. He pieced the fuck out, you know? So yeah, that shit is exactly that, like fucking Frederick Tatum Homer shit, you know? So when you hear, and like me and Reggie briefly talked about this, you know, but it's like when you hear that Kendrick Lamar and Drake have beef and like it's escalating to like a battle, it's like the only analogy I can think of for how absurd that is that's like if Kendrick Lamar and Drake had beef. It's so insane, you know.
I love, because I don't listen to either of these guys' music, right? But I have heard, ironically enough, I heard a remix that Triple Q did of one of Kendrick Lamar's songs that I really like the beat on it. But regardless, the image I have of Drake for literally my entire life is that promo image of him laughing in the wheelchair on Degrassi.
Yep.
That, like I nothing like, so like if I see him on a TV or something, it doesn't move that off. So that as primary image.
I'm one step removed from that. It's, for me, it's the sticker of his face stuck on the wheelchair, like handicap parking sign, and they put his face on the little head for a dot, and he's like, and that in Toronto has been the thing, because yes, that's where he comes from, you know? And I mean, holy shit, man. So just that level of like, yeah, this is crazy. I'm not even paying attention because what the fuck are we talking about here? You know?
How mean could this beef possibly be?
Only, and then, you know, went on to just talk about other random boomer rap takes, only to fucking travel to the States and then in the middle of that time just see what the fuck this escalates to, and it hits that point of, oh my God, it's broken through. Like, it's broken through culture. This is getting...
It is, bro. Every single person I know that knows anything about media, including many people who I know did not listen to rap music, just all of a sudden be like, are you hearing what he is saying?
It reaches escape velocity, right? And the reason why is not just because of the names involved, but also by this point, usually someone's dead. Like, that is
I was talking to Paige
crazy.
about that. I'm like, the usual trajectory for this level of venom is a gunfight.
Like, yeah, like the love, like, there's a saying, there's a saying, keep it on the wax. That's been the thing. Just like, keep it on the records, keep it on the vinyl, whatever it escalates to make, drop your next shit on your track. Don't take it to real life, But fucking, that's the point you kind of expect, right? So yeah, obviously. So this morning, we don't know what's going on, but like there was
a security guard at Drake's house got shot last night.
Is it did they a security guard? Is that who?
I
Okay,
believe it is a security guard.
Okay, so
but it's all kind of in flux. So
exactly, literally, I saw that right before popping on. But,
so we have escalated to gunfight.
But the point of like when it reached that escape velocity,
But how did we get to escape velocity so fast?
Right. So I mean, yeah.
Because this has been 1 month, 3 weeks.
No. 13 years.
Oh no, but I mean to the casual outside observer.
Sure.
Because my mental clock starts at push-ups.
Because yeah, and anyone who's giving you the timeline on this should be starting at Control, where the Big Sean track where Kendrick jumped on that and made his first big fucking what's the One Piece proclamation in the beginning of
was it? I've hid my treasure. Go out and find it.
Yeah, like right. He says that to the world, and everyone's like, ah, right. So like that little moment is this, Kendrick early on in his career, of course, is jumping on, and he has his like list just dropping names, right? And he's just basically people he's currently friends with, people he's in this industry with, everything. He's like, I got love for all of y'all, but I'm trying to murder you niggas, right? Like,
yeah, I want to be the king.
Trying to make sure your core fans never heard of you niggas. Like that's up, and that thing pops up because everyone goes, oh fuck, he's really about it. He's like, I want to be the best. It's the braggadocio.
But at the same time, if you are an up and comer is pointing you out as somebody to kill in your industry, that means he respects you as an artist, as a goal to reach.
And everyone gets that except Drake.
What?
Everyone
get it?
Understands that it's like, yeah, if you care and you are in this like fucking game and you're trying to, be the best, then bring the competition. Like in anything competitive, you want to fight the best. But Drake takes it personally, and behind the scenes, that's where, there starts to be like the whole talk about like, yeah, him being like upset at that and being like, oh, why would you, we were friends. And I mean, also like there's if you go back to like Section 80, there's not Section 80, no, good, yeah. I think it's Section 80 where there's a Drake collab where they're on a song together, but anyway, like that is he takes that shit and feels it, and whereas other people are like, all right, let's just come back and escalate, but that's the beginning, right? And then all that sort of ramps up over the years, and you get to like the big production that was last year, First Person Shooter, where Drake and J. Cole jump on and they do like a very big video with the two of them, and the whole like, it's, yes, there's the verse that like isn't in question where Jake,
big three,
exactly, where Jake says not Drake, where J. Cole says like, it's like, yeah, we're like, who's the best? Is it Drake, is it me, or is it K Dot? Like, we're the big three, like they're starting a league. And that's like his like there's been other versions of that throughout, like rap history, where it's just like, oh, who's the best at the time or whatever. But in saying that, the premise of this video is the two of them like having chess matches and then sparring and then having their like table tennis matches with each other, and they're kind of like, we're the two greats. And like Drake is like the king of sales, I get, and J. Cole is the
most
king,
money ever,
right? And J. Cole is like the king of depth, and he's saying like he's the deepest,
like,
exactly.
Kendrick's, he's good too,
and he's here too, right? You're just like, okay. And it's all, and that's where also like the Drake Michael Jackson comparisons are, because he like tied for the most number one.
Some of them anyway.
You know, yeah, exactly, right. Tied for the most number one singles or whatever. So that's where like some of those bars and the comparison points come off. But anyway, like Cole says that, and you know they're having this head-to-head tete-a-tete, and then they're like, oh, it's like the Spider-Man meme where we look at each other.
Yeah,
we're both the greats, you know, and like. And there's rumors, I don't know how substantiated they are, but there's rumors that like apparently there was a point where it was considered, where Kendrick was offered to do that track or so, but like something or not. But whatever the case is, it was just kind of like, oh no, forget him. It's all about this. We're the real two that matter here, you know? So then, yeah, like that's where, you know, especially after everything that was brewing in the background, Kendrick came back a month ago or so on Like That, with a Metro Boomin beat, a name that I'm sure has popped up quite a bit and people have heard
I
since.
know who
yeah.
Metro Boomin is,
yeah.
and he is fucking great at his job.
Just go make some drums or something, you know, and that he did. But hey, on Like That, Kendrick jumped in and basically said, yeah, the fuck Big Three, it's just Big Me. Right. Never mind your bullshit from first person shooter. And so that's where it's like, okay, it's been called out. It's on. Here we go. You know. So that's where you know, J. Cole. Again, this is someone who's known for his depth, and you know, in particular, I as someone who's like kind of I've had friends that are into him and stuff, and I know that like. I feel that the notable thing is he had a track called False Prophets where he basically calls out and predicts Kanye West for everything he is. So it's like, oh shit, you know, like, okay, he's paying attention. But in that, yeah, he did his 7-minute drill, and by his own words, that was the most embarrassing shit he's ever done. He immediately came out after going after Kendrick and said, yeah, you know what, actually, never mind. I'm out. I don't want none of this.
So I saw a little sprinkle of that as it occurred before like I put my foot into it. And I was like, that's strange. I've never, I mean, I'm sure it's happened before, but I'm not personally familiar with people putting out a diss track only to immediately walk it back before any level of response at all. Huh. That's weird.
So, and the thing is that like, one, it's like he's not that dude, right? That's like it's kind of like that. It's not that he's not. He doesn't have that energy, and like he clearly knows it, and you can see and like you can infer almost that like behind the scenes there was probably pressure for him to be like, oh, yo, you got to step up, you got to we can't take this lying down, you know? And
he's like, you know what, man? I can take it lying down.
Now
I can.
Now the thing is, at the time that happened, dude, people were so mad. They're like, "You fucking bitch! What a coward!"
I saw that.
This is the lamest shit ever. Oh my god! And like, your reputation will never recover. You know, he like, I can't believe it. And then, man,
this motherfucker looks like a genius.
Holy shit! The levels. He is just feet up, right, on vacay with the fam, just, you know, sipping on margaritas, man. Like, just the ability to just see it, predict it, back the fuck off, and leave with your hands washed clean of the affair. They've never been cleaner. That's the thing. It's the exact moment of the back down is right before the escalation point, you know?
I would like to apologize. I said some mean things. I didn't really mean them. I was in a weird place. I really like you. Let's be friends.
Live on stage, you know, at a show no less. And yeah, he looked straight at the camera and said, "I have no enemies." So yeah, that was that, you know? So he does that. But of course, you know, that's where Drake has to come back with his side of things. So he gets into push-ups. You know, that was in mid-April.
Kendrick's short and he doesn't make enough money.
Hey, how you like? Because his album was, you know, Mr. Morale and the Big Step is, how are you gonna step big with size 7 shoes or whatever, and the little album thing is like the shoe size. Like, you're a tiny man.
Funny. I'm small. I get it.
Yeah, yeah. My name is Drake, and I'm here to say we're making fun of Kendrick in a crazy way.
So before we continue, Wooly, I want me and Paige have been talking about this. We are both so in. This isn't usually our scene, but we're so in. But I was talking to her. I'm like, why is everything so funny? Like, why am I walking around giggling at all hours of the day? And it is because a phrase called disproportionate retaliation. When somebody bumps into you and you stab them, that's funny. That's just funny.
It is because it's disproportionate retaliation, right? But it's not just that. It's that the parties involved, like, on one hand, you have literally the definition of club and Walmart music, right? Yeah. This is the sound you hear as you are shopping for products.
Man, I saw,
as most Steph would say, right?
I saw it. That's what I'm talking. I was just gonna bring that up.
It is so insanely it is so bland, nothing, inoffensive commercial shit. And that's ultimately why I never fucking got into Drake. I never gave a shit. I give no fucks. And I never have.
Songs
over the years. It's meant nothing, top to bottom. I know some people will go, nah, he's brought us some classics. Yeah, he's brought some bangers. I never got in. Every right?
Drake song sounds like that other Drake song that I heard. So like this, what's really funny about this, 2 weeks ago, Paige and I are in the car and the radio's on, and what comes on but Taylor Swift, because if the radio's on, Taylor will arrive somehow.
Of course.
Right? And Paige is not a big Swiftie, but she does know that she exists because she's a white woman.
Okay.
And she starts explaining, and I'm like, why does every fucking song sound exactly the same? Like, every single Taylor Swift song sounds like she's in the back of the car. We're never going to get back together. And Paige starts to explain to me that she's the spiritual avatar of the white woman.
Yes.
And likes to put in all these little hints about all her stupid personal life gossip shit.
Right.
Like the red scarf and all this stuff.
All right.
And everybody, all the Swifties go all crazy because they have all these little treasure hunts to play with the song about who is doing what or who's mad at who.
All right. I want you to do me a favor. From now on, those little things you're talking about, refer to them as subliminals. For the culture, all right? Those are we call those subliminals
everywhere. That's why she's always in the back of the car and blah blah blah, and that's why Bad Blood is about how Katy Perry took her backup dancers, blah 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 blah.
Yeah,
right. And so, one of the things that stood out to me in this whole thing is the line Taylor made, but also how everyone gets to have so much fun picking apart fucking lyrics on Euphoria.
Right,
like,
yeah.
Right away.
So the thing is too, on another side of this as well, there's just in addition to it being, so there's been a bunch of music that categorizes it in the same place as Drake's, but in addition to just like not fucking with it, his voice is annoying to me. I hate it. I really don't like the nasally I hate the sound.
let's move this whole rap
But that's where I'm going. That's exactly where I'm going.
The Toronto accent is being broadcast to the world for the fucking trash that it is.
And so I spend a fucking career talking about how garbage the Toronto accent is, how much I hate it. It starts to finally get some fucking play with the interview with that girl who's popping up.
You left your mom's in the hood?
Sick to me stomach, fam. You know, it's so horrendous. And I also, years ago, talked about how I remember going to school and watching people I was in fucking high school with try this shit out. And just one day start turning it up and start dialing it up. And I'm like, stop it. Stop saying that shit. It's horrible.
The Toronto accent is not... okay, so... non-Canadians, people who don't know Toronto. The Toronto accent isn't just offensive to your ears because it sounds like shit. It's literally an appropriated accent.
It's working in, it's trying to work in basically like patois Jamaican with a little bit of New York and then a little bit of vague whatever the fuck we picked up on Rap City on MTV that week. Whatever
it is not a real accent that people grow up listening to their parents speak. It is a learned accent.
Through television, not even filtered through people in real life. It is filtered through fucking television, right? It's the fakest, most bullshit ever. And so a lot of that, like, just lifted garbage nonsense starts, like, cementing itself as people are trying to sound fucking hard over...
And that's
right? Over nothing. And in particular, like, trying to sound hard, lifting shit from places like, I don't know, fucking Compton, right? So yeah, I mean, on the personal side of things, just imagine, like, over, from grade 7, you should start hearing people trying to sound this way, and then grade 8, a couple more people are doing it, and you're just like, I can't handle it, So that I have that level of personal, just like, fuck all of that, right?
Always hated it. It's terrible.
Never fuck. Listen, Toronto, god damn it. So anyway, so yes, and now, so the 6X. Toronto, Drake has always been like, it's the thing where it's like, yo, but it's Canada, it's representing Canada, and so it's like,
fuck that.
I don't give a fuck about that. That's like,
I don't want Toronto to represent
I don't claim
Canada.
him. I don't claim him. Anyways, so there's been this thing though where, like, it's also behind the scenes. There's been like energy of like, yeah, and so do a lot of like the hip hop community in America, especially because they're just like, yo, who the fuck is this Canadian nigga? Like, there's this level of just, all right, I guess, but there's that outsider bit where, like, they're like, yeah, we kind of don't really want to see you do well, but you're doing really well. Those numbers are pretty uncontested, right? It's the safest, most playable. Again, you're gonna hit the club and you're gonna hit your Walmart, and it's gonna be the same thing. So, anyways, he comes in.
I like, my brain, every time I think or talk about Drake to anyone, my brain is like, that Mos Def fucking quote is just
Mos Def, yeah,
on loop.
Or you get seen Bane.
I forget what it is, but it's like, it's a nice music to listen to in Target.
His music it's likable. It's likable is what he says, and then he's like, wow, so many products. Look at all the SKUs.
But it's so mean.
These products are great. Oh, is this that new Drake? Yeah, that's wonderful. Anyway, wow, we're shopping, Yeah. So anyway, that's the deal. And on the other side of the ring, right, in the red trunks, is the fucking most lyrical, hardest dude, the most real shit, who, if you've listened to his albums, the buildup has been this trajectory of, like, undeniable, like certified bangers, but the depth is so real, it's so there, and it hits you on a fucking guttural level, right? The shit that, like, listening to that for the first time of, like, yeah, it is the most personal journey, and it's Kendrick coming at it in such an incredible way that, like, like I mentioned, when they had the Super Bowl, like, fucking show, and they got all the classics, you had, Dre and Eminem and 50, and, they got Mary J. Blige and just like a classic all-star lineup, and then Kendrick. It's like, yeah, that's right. That makes perfect sense. This is where that goes.
What a Pulitzer.
So, again, and like, he's fucking writing them, like, the shit's lighting on fire as he's doing it. It's incredible, right? And in particular, if you're like, I also, like, ever since back in the day, I could hit him up was a fucking eye-opening moment for me as far as all that beef shit goes, and then learning about Pac and everything from there, coming out of like a particular, like, gospel wall into some other shit that my cousins was showing me and everything. There was a period of time where I was like, yo, fucking, like the duality of, like, of how young Tupac is and how much he had, like, a motivational, inspirational stuff, and then he had this shit that's like, I will absolutely end your fucking life, and this is the realest shit it's ever been, is wild. But it was always really interesting. So then, like, when Kendrick kind of came in and, like, he's like, yo, I'm a huge fan of that dude too, and, like, a lot of his stuff references and gears and gets and points towards it, I found that awesome. It was a really nice, modern day to kind of, like, echo and take that to another level, etc. It's the realest shit ever. It's insane to put these two up against each other and whatnot. So when he comes back after we hear nothing for a week, and then Push-Ups goes down, and then I was like, oh, what's taking Kendrick so long? Oh, damn, we've been waiting all day. He makes Tailor-Made, right? The Tailor-Made freestyle, which is, first off, it opens with the AI AI Tupac going, yo, Kendrick, you got to win this one. You got to do this for the hood. You can't let this Canadian do it. You better be coming back with something hard, otherwise it's over. And then AI Snoop as well coming in, same thing, because again it's representing, the people that he respects, and like that's the opening salvo, for that particular thing. And everyone's just like, what the fuck? That's not like, we get the angle of being like, oh, like your heroes are talking shit, they're talking down or whatever. That's what you tried to play. But most people are just like, that, don't fucking do that shit, including the fucking estate of one Mr. Shakur, who was like, get that shit off immediately. So they took it down. But the end of that track is where he kind of jumps in and he's like, yeah, we've been waiting. Your response is taking too long. And he continues the whole motif he's been going on of drop and give me 50, right? Which the reasoning for the name Taylor made, and the reasoning for that line in particular coming up so much, is because they're referencing the fact that like the deals that Kendrick has signed was like, basically he was forced to do these collaborations and move his shit around for Taylor Swift to collaborate with Taylor Swift whether or not he wanted to. He was forced to do it by his producers, and his deal essentially is going to have to give up 50% for everything. So the whole drop your album and give me 50% of what it makes is what he's trying to do with the whole push-ups bit, and referencing that back in Taylor Made, etc. Great. That happens.
Mm-hmm.
After that goes down, a little bit later, is when Euphoria, the track that you heard, came out, where Kendrick kind of came back in with this whole like just like mellow vibe to the whole thing, like like nonplussed, like whelmed is the energy that he came back with in that. And that's where you first started hearing it, because like that's where it gets personal. That's where he starts making fun of the Toronto shit, the accent and all that.
It goes from I'm criticizing this about you, I'm criticizing this about you, I'm making fun, and now we're at I fucking hate you. I fucking hate you.
But he's introducing the concept though, because it's not even at full like hatred, like maximum power levels yet. It's just introducing the concept of like, I hate your vibe, I hate your shit, right? And I just hate the way you say nigga. I literally don't like it.
I don't want you to say it anymore.
It's not that deep. Some things can just be surface level. We don't want to hear you say it no more, right? And what's particular, I mean, that's obviously hilarious, right? Just he's like, yeah, some shit's just surface level. It doesn't have to be that deep. But like, if you do go and like, there's clips of people of interviews with Drake from years ago, and like, there's a particular one where he's talking about his influences and people that inspired him and shit. And like, he actually, the way he says it in the interviews, he's like, yeah, man, like, yeah, I remember listening and I was like, yeah, man, I fuck with that. Like, these are the niggers that I love. I want to, I love these dudes.
I saw that clip.
And it was just like,
and like, I like a puzzle piece just snapped into my fucking brain, because I'm watching a lot of TikToks from black folks that are way into hip hop explaining this, right? And like, one of the overwhelming like reads of Euphoria from black folk that I was watching was Kendrick is just telling him over and over, you are not black, stop pretending to be black, stop it. And then I saw that clip and was like, what is he doing? What is he saying? It's making me uncomfortable.
But then you have that, and the thing is remember, he's an actor. He is a performer. He is that, right? He is someone who comes from that, like the performance side of things, and can put on this character and can roll with that character and stay in it for your entire career. It's happened before. See Rodney Dangerfield. See Andrew Dice Clay. You can play this character for an extended period of time. The thing is that like, there's people that have similar careers. I can bring up Donald Glover. Like,
Yeah.
Childish Gambino he's super talented, amazing director, amazing music, amazing,
kind of good at everything he does,
hilarious at comedy, and he's very earnest, I feel, about what he's putting out there and who he is and what's going on, and he's not trying to be something that he isn't with all of that. Mm-hmm. He's a versatile, he's covering all his bases, and each one of those things is very he's sincere about what it is, but Drake is trying to go full tilt into this side of things, despite the fact that we all know that his origins are not that, and it's clear as fuck, right? And so anyway, so you have clips like that, and that kind of ends it where people are just like, oh my god, they just Kendrick just revoked the pass from Drake, So
at this point, I go back and I listen to most of these that you're describing, right? And so I don't know these guys super well. Right, I Kendrick's hatred is beating in my heart because I can respect it and I love it, but my current takeaway at this exact moment was I would rather listen to Euphoria 10 times in a row than listen to any of than to listen to Push-Ups.
Sure.
Right, and so that's where I'm at. I don't know what's going on. There's kind of a lot that I don't get, and that I'm not prepared for. Mm-hmm. But I'd rather just put Euphoria on over and over and over.
And in the background of this, there's two things as well that are there. One, there's the fact that we also know that Drake also fucking again that inferiority complex, right? That level of nah, though I'm real, though I'm for real, take me seriously, has been there since his last beef, and that shit ended with fucking Pusha T exposing his hidden child, and then here's a photo of you in blackface for good measure. What the fuck is this dude? Who are you, right? And that's the energy that everyone still remembers from not too long ago. Which is it's crazy, right? So you get that whole fucking crazy thing with the whatever Addy Don, which we'll get to. But you have that, and then you have the fact that the track is called Euphoria, which people have noted that it's
so smart.
Are you referring to the hit television show that is airing about kids in high school?
Mm-hmm. That Drake's an executive producer on?
That seems... Oh, okay, cool. Well, just, that's a title.
You're telling me if I went to Google right now and typed in Euphoria, I would get a TV series, but then I would also get the Kendrick Lamar song making fun of Drake.
No. He put the definition in the screenshot. It's just euphoria. I'm feeling euphoric. I'm just feeling... I'm at peace. Yeah? I'm at ease. Everything feels good. That's all it is. That's all it is.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, cool.
No hidden meaning there. Got it.
Mm-hmm. 616 in LA follows up with that, and the thought is okay, that's two back to back, and so that week of silence or so was okay, he's putting some work in, right? Kendrick has been putting a thing together, and he has that photo. He has a photo of it's just some gloves, that okay, what is that about? Are these Drake's gloves? Yeah, probably. But he's getting at the idea that most of 616 in LA is just your team hates you. The people around you hate you too. I hate you, but your team hates you too. They're all rooting for you to fail, and the people closest to you are actually your biggest haters.
Listen. You actually have no friends. Like when I say that I hate you, that is a universal constant amongst everyone in your vicinity, everyone who's ever met you.
Yeah. They're praying for your downfall, and and the gloves are off at this point, so to speak, right? Yes, that's your reference there, right? So that same day, is when Drake comes back with Family Matters, and Family Matters is him coming in with the full-on okay, yo, I'm going hard, this is it, and he has a full music video produced, right? Mm-hmm. He had time to go film.
Pretty impressive for a diss track to have a whole music video.
He had time to go film himself in LA, and then go up to Toronto and film himself going to New Ho King, which is the restaurant that Kendrick referred to, which is this it's a Chinese food spot on Spadina, and
which I'd like to point out is apparently crushing it right now.
Oh, they're doing nuts, of course. Yeah.
Oh man,
they're
killing
so
happy about this fucking rap beef.
But it's notable because and it goes back a couple of layers with this whole thing. But it's like that's essentially where, you know, long story short, the Toronto gangs that and you know, sets that Drake is affiliated with. There's a thing where he basically got robbed for his chain at that place, and like
cool.
and a dude that like and then there's this whole thing with like a dude that got killed and etc. But like it's a reference to a particular place. So he shows himself going back up there and being like, nah, look, I'm here. I'm with the owner. He's trying on my jewelry. We're chilling. We're doing it. We're having fun. And in the meantime, the rest of the video is him, you know, continuing to elaborate. And then he has a tractor that is crushing a van, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the van that's being crushed there is the one from the cover of Good Kid, Mad City, right? Where like it's basically like, oh, we're taking you to the pound and we're dumping we're taking out the trash, etc. Right? And that's what that reference is supposed to be. His whole thing there is like, yo, there's rumors that your wife left you, that your kid is not yours. There's rumors that you beat your wife.
This is good accusations.
This shit starts coming out. It wasn't the same van. It was the wrong van. But like, yeah, this starts coming out, and and then essentially just being like, you know, like, okay, this is all light work, and he starts switching up his flow. He starts doing something like usually Drake is, you know, not. He doesn't often do. He's got a very one-note style. He's got a very particular thing. He starts putting the effort in. The beat changes up.
There's been a lot of beat switches over these songs.
Right? He puts effort in to it, and it's like, oh shit, okay, yeah. Like people are like, yeah, like you've dropped a response. You've come at it with some allegations. We don't know where they're from or what they're based on, or the thing of the thing where, like, you know, your son is not your own is, again, a whole extreme thing that would sound like a chapter out of Drake's life, but he's you know, retaliating here in this way.
Don't
and that happens, and motherfuck, all of that effort, including flying to 2 locations, filming it, putting together the whole thing, putting the most effort he's ever put in. Right? He literally says too, like, I'm going on vacation after this. It's done. It's time to it's time to end this, right? It's time to fucking decapitate. I'm going on vacation. Half an hour later, the Orbital strike that is Meet the Grahams just like right people like DJ Academics is in the middle of like analyzing the whole of the track and getting all like, oh fuck, yo, Drake's, you know, Drizzy's the best, he's coming back, etc. There's a lot of people that are like you know, the Drake stans that are just, they're out there and they're like living this life of just like, nah though, but the money and the hits are all that matter, never mind the rest. You know, and they're as the term would say, they're doing gymnastics on it. Right? So they're doing tricks on it, is what they say.
So Made the Grams comes out,
mm-hmm.
and I want to say 8 seconds into the song before I had to pause it and be like, put my hand over my mouth and go, oh. First of all, it sounds creepy. The fucking song sounds fucking unhinged. It's creepy. 2, starting your diss track by talking to this man's son about what a piece of shit his dad is the most petty fucking shit I can imagine.
Estranged initially, now brought into the spotlight through the last beef, and then your dad embarrassingly acknowledges your existence and has you in photos now, because when you first came out, he was basically like, he shipped the mom off because, yeah, it's like, oh, you have a secret son with a sex worker. They're off in France. Let's get them out of the spotlight. We don't want that to fuck with the image of who Drake is. And now you're begrudgingly in the spotlight. The image of Drake
is a guy who hides his kids.
Right. So we're going to start this off with, the whole thing of like, in the same way that TaylorMade is like, we're not addressing you directly, we're talking to other people, because there's other people that are like also getting, you know, shot up in this, and no, not literally, but shots are being taken at, you know, Rick Ross and all, and everything and so on. But the main two, Kendrick just kind of is like, okay, dear Addie Dawn, your father's a horrible human being. I'm sorry he's not a man that's there for you. And I'm sorry he's not a good dad. I'm sorry.
You know what really, really like fucks with me on this? Because like it's impossible for anyone to know, right? But my perception listening to this, it sounds at least somewhat genuine.
Yeah.
Like,
no. There's
like, I'm sorry, kid.
No, there is an absolute element here. No, I believe so as well, because the rest of the way this plays out also is not just like it's diss track for diss track's sake. It does sound like he's genuinely saying some shit to every one of the man's family, right? He's saying, "Dear Adonis, I'm sorry your father is who he is, and I'm sorry that you know you're not the priority. I'm sorry he's not going to be there to teach you and be a stand-up man." And he gives him some life advice, you know, like Piccolo to Gohan. You know, he says if someone ever pisses on your leg, you know, you stand there and, well, he's like, you better stand up for yourself. Don't just let that happen, you know. And that apparently is making reference to the fact that an incident happened some years ago where Drake got disrespected on a red carpet when one of T.I.'s dudes pissed on his leg. just right there, like, yeah, what? and like
that's hilarious.
And he just took it, and it was that's some real shit that went down. So he's talking about that. Crazy shit, right? And then, you know, play this back when you're 18, if you need to, if you don't get it now. Verse 2.
Hey, Drake's mom.
Dear Drake's mom.
I'm sorry your son is a creepy black woman hating pedophile.
This is he just kind of says he's a horrible person, and you probably need to sit down for this. Dear Drake's dad, you should ask him for more money. Also, like, shame on you for raising a horrible person. Dear Drake's parents in general, it's important that you understand that this dude is sick. He has sick and twisted thoughts, and I think he should die. I think your son should die.
Fuck a rap battle. He should just die.
Like, and so I'm sitting there, just go like, what? Like, straight up, you know. He's like fucking like just he's like and again he's implying he's sick and twisted. You need to keep the family away from him. Friends, anyone who knows, right? If you're someone that's got your daughters around him, keep them away. Keep the family safe.
He's bad,
right? Just straight up like shame on you, the parents, right? Verse 3: Dear unknown secret child that is 11 years old, your daughter.
Girl. Yeah.
I'm sorry that, once again, your father's a bad person and that he's this predator and he's this fucking creep and that you have to deal with this and we don't know anything about you. And now that's just, and just, again, like, the fact that this could have happened again is wild, right? And it's not unbelievable, because especially now that, like, there's that like questionable, like, oh, was this a planted piece of information? Was it not real? The fact that you can look back at this accusation and be like, yeah, but it's super cromulent though. Like,
oh, you know how I decided to look it up and found articles from 9 years ago about his fucking hidden daughter who was 2 years old at the time?
People are analyzing tweets where he has a tweet from 12 years ago that just says baby girl, you know? Like, and it's just like, oh, is he talking to someone that, you know,
that's crazy. He planted that shit a decade ago.
Was that the birth of his child, or was that a hookup? Who knows? But either way, the way this is coming together is like, you know, Kendrick is like, yep, so I'm sorry about that too. All right. And then at long last, you know, dear Aubrey, just like,
die.
Please, please go end. You're the worst. You're a fucking creep. We hate you. We don't want you around. And this is not a battle with me. This is a lifelong battle with yourself.
And to top it all off, this wild things being said here. I'm looking at YouTube. I'm like, why the fuck is the picture on this YouTube video some guy's shirt?
Yeah.
And then I look at it, I'm like, wait, that's the gloves from the last one.
You zoomed out.
And it's like, wait, is that his fucking prescription? Is this from inside Drake's fucking house?
This is the Ozempic prescription that he has. This is the a bunch of his personal shit. There's the gloves, the shirt, the all of that, because he's like, yeah, there's all these things about like, oh, you take Ozempic, you whatever, like prescription, you had surgery for your abs and whatever. So he's like, yeah, you lied about everything about who you are.
V12, that's a fast one, flew right over my head until I saw someone explain to me that a V12 is a fucking ab machine lipo fucking freak thing.
In addition to an engine, right? So yeah, like the fact that like he's just like, here's this photo of like we fully zoomed out to reveal the shit that like got jacked from your place or whatever. And
there's something that's like really beautiful about that, because like I'm in your house, I'm in your walls, it's like pulling your shirts out of your closet. Okay, that's its own like nightmare, right? But the core of like some of this message is all your friends hate you.
It's not even me. They can't wait to fucking yeah.
How could I prove to you that all your fucking friends hate you?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. I'll have one of your friends take shit out of your fucking drawers and send me photos of it for fun.
And the deal has been too that like essentially all the things we were echoing about other people saying that like, oh yeah, it's likable music, it's fine, it's surface level, it's whatever. There's a lot of people that are like on the payroll, that are around, that are, you know, they get put on. But like,
I would like to make some money, please.
Yes, but essentially like there's a level, there's not much loyalty to it. It's a very clear like, this is a paycheck, we can ride this as far as it'll go. And every time, and he's also somebody who will collaborate frequently, you know, and do lots of featurings and shit like that. So as you'll feature constantly on people's shit and vice versa, there's a lot of coattail room for people. So there's a whole bunch of people that are just like, yeah, fuck all this, you know. And then like that drops and just absolutely fucking levels the situation, because
I've listened to that song once.
It takes the entire high effort response that we just got from Drake and just levels it to a non-starter. There's nothing to talk about.
It had no chance to get going.
Right? Completely deflates it. Also, the fact that he had it sitting there, and it's also a family-related thing. The track release was Family Matters. Here's a track about your family.
It's weird how it's almost like Kendrick knew what kind of song Drake was going to write before he wrote it.
It's almost like it was all according to Keikaku, you know, and just like napalming the ground, you know, where there's already nothing left, right? And so, and everyone,
I find Meet the Grams impossible to listen to. Like, I listened to it and I was like, wow, that's crazy. I can't hear it. It makes me so uncomfortable.
Right, yeah. And so this is too where like I'm like getting in an Uber and like it's playing on the fucking, like the driver's listening to it, and I'm like, we're like, oh my god, isn't this the great? He's like, bro, I'm telling you. And I'm like, yo, I'm from Canada. He's like, you're from Canada? I'm like, yes. I'm from Canada. Fuck that dude, right? It's done. He's like, ah. Straight up, like I'm like you picked the right one today. Like I'm right here to tell you.
Oh man,
on behalf of my Canadian passport, fuck Drake. Right, and that was a lot of fun, you know. And then yeah, you can't even.
And that was the end of the rap beef, and we all went home.
I'm sorry. Are you trying to catch your breath? Do you remember that moment in End of Ava when like it's all gone to shit and there's that shot of like Misato's corpse on the ground, and then it just gets bombed again? Like she's already been shot. It's already done.
Yeah, there's no moment to even sit there and just go, oh.
and you just go, oh, like it just you're like, you've already been sad about the character that you lost, and then it just takes the remnants of that, like, not a living thing, and just evaporates it. Yeah, that's not like us.
Not like us. So I described listening to Meet the Grahams, and I got like one bar in, and I'm like, I can't, oh my God, I feel uncomfortable. I don't think the video for Not Like Us had even fucking finished loading in, like had faded in on the photo before I'm like, is that the sex offender registry fucking pins on Drake's house?
So I didn't know what that was until Punch Mom came back over and went, do you know what these are? Right? I was like, what? Like, that's just where the rabbit hole is going. Like, she's diving down deep on her own. You're diving down deep on your own. Where you were just like, oh God, I couldn't imagine being the subject of this song. Right?
I know. I listen a lot, Not Like Us, and I would kill myself if someone wrote this song about me.
Immediately followed by, man, I need to start listening to Lamar.
I'm doing my best out here, man.
Let's go. Sit down, be humble. There's a lot to learn. It's good shit, right? But that level of just like, okay, the thumbnail is... So before, we were hinting, we were implying, we're setting it up. There was
a Weinstein line in the last one.
Yeah, I think you and Weinstein should rot forever, etc. Yeah, exactly, right? And
keep
then,
your kids away.
And then, yeah, and the thing is, and there's been stuff like the whole, like, there's been all these weird things with, like, Millie Bobby Brown being like, she's like, oh yeah, we've been friends since I was 13 or whatever,
friends forever,
and all these things, you know.
He tells me about boys.
So everybody is already kind of vaguely aware of, like, stuff like that and shit. Which, of course, when something like this happens, then now all that fucking gets brought up to the fullest detail under the microscope. But this track is just like the subtlety is done, right? I've already established that I'm sorry for your family. I've already established that I hate you and I hate everything about you. And like, this is beyond the idea of like, I'm a better rapper or that this is even beef. I've already established that I think you should die. So at this point, what else is there to say except, like, literally certified lover boy, certified pedophile.
Well, last time I said I think you should die, and here is a piece of music explaining in detail why I think you should die.
Wow.
You're a pedophile. All of your friends are pedophiles. You harbor pedophiles. God. You touch kids.
There's people on your payroll as well. That's what all the dots are about. And there's a whole thing with, like, yeah, people that are part of OVO, October's very own, aka OVO, right? That are now like, that are also on the registry, etc. And just that level of, you know, you tried to strike a chord. It was probably a minor. And so, like, we're in the level of like, okay, we've established everything. There's nothing left to do except, like, salt the earth, burn it, walk away, and then just call down one more orbital strike for just to make sure, you know.
Not Like Us is not just the meanest thing I've ever heard in my entire life. It's also the most entertaining thing to listen to that is also the meanest thing in my entire life. Not Like Us is the best song out of this whole thing by a huge margin.
It's not only the ending salvo, it's not only the rip it in half, it's fucking done. It's not only I thought the ether happened, right? We thought the hit 'em up happened. It's not only that, it's like the fucking bop. It's
just
absolutely
fun to listen to.
Oh my God. And so cut to, like, it being played in the club. You know, and like everyone's...
That's when it was over. That video of the club, I think it's in Atlanta or maybe LA, where there's like it's the day of the track's release, and it is coming on in a packed club, and everyone already knows all the words.
Man.
Over.
Yeah. So, you know, that it's all of it. It's the whole thing. There is nothing else to really do at that point And I just remember that like every second of because that's the point where like whenever someone drops, like there's like radio silence is what can you do, right? How fast can you get some shit together?
This is a pretty fucking hefty bomb laid at your feet.
And the overall feeling is very clear that like with 3 tracks in one day, mind you, and there's the back-to-back into the back-to-back. It's like this is someone who took a week, went to the war room, and it really felt like he was a general calling down strikes. And so
listen, I'm gonna hit him with this, and then he might retaliate with this, but then I'm gonna hit him bap bap like that.
Right. And every time there's like the sir, they just hit the second tower. Sir, they just hit a third tower. Sir, there's no towers left. Sir, we're out of planes. Right? It's just like it's just that feeling of like he really did just like, okay, hit him again. Like there can't be anything. And this is how fucking thorough Kendrick Lamar is about his shit, right? And God bless, I mean, there's the thing with him where it's like he takes his time between albums. He's not coming out every 2 seconds. And, let that speak to the fucking quality of his work. But when you inspire him,
there's so like,
when inspiration strikes, when the muse hits, this man wrote an album. He wrote an album. He wrote a
diss album.
I'm sure there are more that are in the wings.
Oh, you mean like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 plus 5? Oh, not like us. He says, "How many shots do I got?" He says, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 plus 5.
Right. Okay. Right. The full thing. Right. That line.
There are 7 more tracks.
And the idea that's fucking. I didn't even catch that. That's crazy. The idea that he literally wrote an entire album out, and like the deflate that it's so deflating. Right, whenever that happens, and that's a really like it's in beefs too. Whenever you do that, the back to back and then the back to back and such, it's like if you respond, what are you gonna do? You're responding to one, cool, you covered one hole in the boat. What about that one? What are you gonna right? Like you can't possibly when you just get overwhelmed with it. One track.
You are a bad rapper. You are not good to your family. Also, you touch kids. Respond to each of these now, please.
It's insane, right? You can't possibly. So yeah. There's that just deafening silence, and that's where you're like, man, what the fuck's he gonna, And I that's where that like me and Punch Up were just talking about. I'm like, I think after that, especially with the level of it and the fact that like, when it comes to like where are the receipts type of shit, right? That comes up a lot with the accusations being levied back and forth. With Drake, the receipts have been public for a long time.
Oh, we'll get to that in just a second. That the receipts discussion gets to happen.
Okay.
Right afterwards. But like I'm sitting here, so Paige knows music, right? I don't know music. Paige plays instruments and she can sing, right? So we're laughing our asses off at trying to strike a chord, but it's probably A minor.
Okay, hold on.
And she points out that A minor is a chord with no black keys in it.
This is a stretch. There's levels.
Is it?
Yes, it is. There's levels to this. There's levels to this shit that often like will land, and then there's shit where it's like, okay, we're.
Is it? Because it feels perfect.
I wonder. I mean, okay. The thing with the ACE was the thing with I thought
that's probably a stretch.
Sorry, okay. That's what I thought you were bringing up there. Sorry,
no. That's a stretch. Even I'll admit that's a stretch.
Okay,
it's crazy.
The ACE thing is a ridiculous stretch.
Has no black keys.
Yeah. Okay, right. Yes,
that's just really funny.
So because I was preemptively responding to the other bit, but yeah. So that like level of shit is going on, and you have to do something. So
you can't let a fucking club fucking hit calling you a fucking kitty toucher just sit.
So I'm like, this is where we get. I'm expecting, like, because he has to have a video and he has to subtitle it for everybody because the production's important. I'm expecting, acapella, no beat. I'm gonna sit here and talk to the camera with a white black background, and just be like, hey, that was not cool.
Hey, that's not okay.
You know,
Right?
I really did. Yeah.
So in the prelude to Post Not Like Us, but before Drake's response, which is, I forget the name of it.
Drake, the Heart Part 6.
The Heart Part 6. People start posting the same video over and over and over on social media. And this is Drake with his ghostwriters in the studio right now. And it is Frank Reynolds from Always Sunny running into the room going, we have to write a song about how we don't touch kids.
I don't touch kids.
I never do it with anybody younger than my daughter. Gotta be big, not a kid.
Don't diddle kids.
This is what the fucking song is going to be.
Like that, exactly. Like, can you seriously come out and just be like, hey, I am not a pedophile? Like, it's crazy. It's right. So, but that's the position you're in, and you can't do nothing. So
it's so fucked too, because he can't make a song where he doesn't say, by the way, I'm not a pedophile. He has to say that.
And then again, if there's been anything that you've already known about that you've been saving up, it would have been said at this point, but it hasn't, so there isn't, so that's just the knockout, because it's checkmate. The reply is failure, the non-reply is failure, everything is fucked. So yeah, what you do, and this has happened in the past too, and this happened with the Adidon shit, was just like, you gotta go down swinging, right? You gotta go down
to attack. You can't just defend.
It's exactly, you're gonna go. Everyone's gonna know it's over. Everyone's gonna know it's the weakest shit. But regardless, you have to do something. So he releases the Heart Part 6. The Heart Part whatever is something that comes up throughout his Kendrick's discography. Like the Heart Part 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 are all tracks from either his mixtapes or his previous albums, and and it's him being sincere, or opening up and saying, usually saying something real, right?
So it's really smart that Drake grabbed that, because now Kendrick can't use that as a fucking song title anymore.
He took the title away, so to speak. Except, wouldn't the hardest fucking move to just drop your next album to put a track on it called The Heart Part 6 anyways, and move on, because who the fuck cares?
Which version are you talking about? I'm obviously talking about the Kendrick version of the song.
Right? Like the thought was, I'm going to take the title away from you of this long running thing and make it so that you'll never be able to use it again, except he totally can, and no one will give a fuck, because shit was weak. What can you say, right? He comes in and he's like, and now you start to see this, the cracking and the fucking unfolding is like shit that was not brought up by Kendrick, but is in the public eye anyway, because everyone's thinking about it. He starts talking about, right? So he knows, he's like, because there's a level of it where it's like, he can't say, oh, the pedophile angle I predicted. So he has to say, like, oh, the Epstein angle I predicted, and you're going into that shit, right? You go.
All right, so this is my favorite part of the whole thing. Like, so, which is right away, like one of the first lines in the whole fucking thing is, I predicted you would call me a pedophile. Why did you predict people would call you a pedophile?
Just it's like, no, so he's talking about how we set the whole thing up, and this was great exercise and whatever, and we planned the whole thing and we plotted information, right? And the information he's talking about plotting is the thing about his daughter, right? And he's like, I
definitely don't have a daughter,
right? Prove that in any way you can. So it's like, okay, let's see where that is. Now everything else,
9 years ago, idiot.
Yeah. Now everything else that we set up, it's like, if you did in fact set this up and go, here's the shit we're gonna send to him, here's the photo, take a picture of all my stuff, right? Wouldn't you then also take a photo of one more version where you're standing behind all the stuff going, right?
Yeah, absolutely. You would videotape you guys
the
sitting
whole
around
thing,
talking about how you're gonna fuck with them, and he'd look so stupid.
Right? If you had this fucking master plan, instead of just, I'm not owned.
I'm definitely not owned.
And shrinking into a small Ozempic bottle. Like,
listen, Wooly. I've heard a lot of people get caught or accused of, or people say mean things. I've seen a lot of mean things said to people in my life, and I genuinely think the nah mans I saw on this track are the weakest, most nonsensical fucking things I've ever seen in my life.
Nobody brought.
Step one, show me the receipts. Huh? Show me the receipts.
Nowhere in Kendrick's lines did he bring up Millie Bobby Brown, but
he did.
Did he? He mentioned her?
Not by name, but he says, you say you like 10s, but I know you like your girl 11. That's a strange thing.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Because it's in because that's the most popular of the, like, here's some weird shit from a long time ago, right? That's sick. But there's then these videos of, like, here's the, like, 17-year-old that came on stage where he's like, oh, man, why is she so hot? How old are you?
Like,
let me kiss you anyways, right?
Okay.
Like,
so like me and Paige are like, because he says show me the receipts, and then my fucking timeline just explodes with receipts, and that's the most uncomfortable one by such a huge margin, because he kissed a 17-year-old girl on stage, and you go, oh, like on the cheek, right? And then you watch the video, no. But then she tells him, and he's like, "Oh man," you're like, "Oh, okay." And then he's like, "I liked it though," and you're like, "Oh no,
right,
no,
right."
Don't do now, don't go in for more kisses. No, don't stop doing that.
Right? There's, I mean, all over Genius, you can get just like these little screenshots of that you were a baddie even in your yearbook, you know. Right? You've got just like so many self-reports over the years.
So many incredible deleted Drake tweets that I've been seeing that are just like, they read like shit.
So this is where it's like, now you have to imagine this response, because of the nature of the fucking previous track. This is not about the battle anymore. This is not about who's the best rapper. This is not about any of that. This is a man fighting for the millions of dollars and the empire that he's built, trying to keep that shit from collapsing, because this is wild, right? This is career-ending shit. He has to address that, as opposed to like fucking like the context of the beef.
Hey,
even,
listen, Wooly, we're kind of missing the forest for the trees here. Okay, so there's accusations that Drake is creepy and touches kids or grooms minors or whatever, but you have to remember, and this is really important, Drake is really famous, and if he was touching kids or grooming minors, he'd be arrested. He's too famous to get away with this kind of thing.
You know what? That's a fucking great counterpoint. We didn't consider that. Damn. L Kung Fu Kenny, Drake won.
So I'm like I slapped my space bar when I heard that. I'm like, no. And here's my favorite part. It doesn't even make sense in his own song, because he talks about the Epstein angle. And when he's talking about feeding the information, we planned for a week to feed you fake information, that goes against what he said a couple bars earlier, where he's like calling the sources that you believe in dummies, right? And saying that, like, he's saying like, oh, you believed in some non-credible shit, and he's calling them clowns. So it's like, the clowns are the people are your clowns
that
you set up, right?
That your clowns then? What do you like? What the fuck are you getting at? You know? So
hey, listen, Wooly. We need to sit in awe of the absolute worst defense of any position anyone has ever seen in their life, which is the only reason you hate pedos is because you got molested. The absolute worst angle.
Mother eye. Oh wait, wasn't that the track where you got touched? Okay, so that's the thing. All right, so Mr. Morale and the Hot Stepper and the Big Steppers is like that Mr. Morale is an album that is really, really vulnerable. It's fucking like he gets into shit about his mom, shit about his past, right? He gets into all kinds of like, again, shit about abuse. He has a family member. He has an auntie who transitions, and like this whole thing is very, again, it's very real, right? And like, it's the wildest part is that like in the middle of this extremely vulnerable album, there's that song where he talks about that, but the whole thing in that particular song is that it didn't happen, right? It's that his mom went through that shit, and then she and others were like asking him if he did, if he got touched or so, but he didn't. And there was this whole thing about like him being believed, which was but it's the main takeaway. It's the main point.
Are you telling me that Drake was trying to deflect off of pedo accusations by saying, well, you're just mad you got molested, to somebody who hadn't even been molested, and he would know that if he had listened to the whole song?
So, I mean, when you're grasping at straws, you're grasping at straws. But like, the level is, if it did happen, what the fuck is wrong with you? And it didn't happen, what the fuck is wrong with you? It's insane. It's like the OS is, no matter how reality plays out here, you fucked up. You failed. Like, it's so insane to go in on that, Listen,
Drake, I don't think using the Onion article, school bully not so tough since being molested, as the core of your comeback.
Dude, the headquarters is in a spiral, okay? Things are bad. It's red alert. They're tired. No one has slept. And quite frankly, the Citizen app is not helping with its pings.
I saw people talking about like they saw Kendrick at his house or in his studio, and Kendrick looks like shit. He looks like he hasn't slept in days.
Oh,
and they surmise that he is just writing and writing and writing and writing.
Whenever shit like this hits like the fever pitch, a lot of lies and bullshit comes out, but I fucking believe that, because yeah, dude is like, when he's on, and you can see it, right? Every single fucking step of it. To the point where, yeah, there's shit you were mentioning here that I missed in this fucking, in covering the whole bit, right? Like, there's shit that we still haven't uncovered, or probably still haven't gotten to, or that has not been dissected yet, that might come up yet still later. Incredible. It truly is a masterclass in hatred, right? This is what it looks like. And when you have this type of like response, it's like, yeah, Kendrick could drop any of the next, he could mag dump, right? Empty the clip if you wanted to.
No, that's not what he's gonna do.
The feeling,
he's gonna wait until the most inconvenient possible moments.
Well, but the feeling here is already like, it's what else is there to, like, he got in the coffin, he sprinkled dirt on himself, and he shut it.
Well,
like,
I don't know if you know this, but this actually ties into gaming news on this next part. Kendrick is going to be featured as a song on the Street Fighter 6 information next week on a PlayStation Showcase.
Okay.
Because DJ Academics said yesterday that Kendrick can't drop anything for now because he has to wait until the Sony thing next week happens.
Oh my God. Ack. God damn it. Is that real?
I was told that was real.
Well, the universe is saying otherwise. Okay, not real. All right. Well, I mean, they did work with brain is drawing a blank. Lil Wayne earlier at launch. So,
well,
so yeah, no, they fucking just like, there's a point we're at, I'd say here, where further volleys, like, I don't even, like, there's not much here to say.
Well,
you might as well like stock that shit and just have it ready to go for a rainy day if needed.
But what if someone else has something to say?
Oh. What if someone else doesn't have something to say? They just got
what was that guy's name? Metro Boomin?
Metro Boomin.
And Drake told him to just go make some drums.
Just go make some drums.
What if he did that?
Yo, Metro made some drums, and then he released them, and he basically put a contest out, and like it's just you use the hashtag with BBL Drizzy.
BBL Drizzy.
And it's a fucking banger of a beat.
It's great.
It's so good.
It's incredible.
Yo, once the beat drops, man. Oh god. And it's amazing. Amazing. Yeah. So everyone's jumping in on it. Like whether or not you even want in on the beef, you're just like, now's the time. Here's a hashtag. I'm gonna promote your career.
Language diss tracks.
Right.
To the BBL's Drizzy beat.
Open fucking source as well, because you've got the fact that a lot of this shit is playable and not getting claimed. Not every track in the beef is under that protection, but a lot of it is. So Kendrick is actually like, it's like, yeah, no, play it, talk about it by all means. If go bar by bar if you must, break it all down. So that's fucking great. Yeah, it's just he walked out of the last beef, with that like, hey, here's my son. Look, we're hanging out. I'm a good dad now. We're doing it. All right. Wait, chill, let some time pass, and then you know what? The next time you go to the club, that's it. The music's gonna be playing and everyone's gonna be dancing and it'll be a good old time. I don't know.
The song of the summer is Drake Touches Kids.
So the thing that the what I just described, where he gets out of the last beef by just making the club hits and like letting that continue to just spread. The problem is that the track that ended you here is taking the place of what your shit would be. Like, it's the thing that you should be making everyone forget about the beef because you've got another club hit. No, the ether is now the club hit. There's nowhere to go. There's nothing to release. Oh my god.
The idea, like my like pie in the sky is that Kendrick manages to put all these together into an album and releases that album, which would put it in consideration for the Grammys.
I mean, at that point, right, that's where you start getting fucking that's where legal teams start getting involved, I'm sure, at a certain point,
And then they'll ask Drake to present.
Man. I mean, that should have been the album called Damn. I mean, really. Like, holy fuck. Which brings us back around to, if you're gonna start listening, I think you should start with To Pimp a Butterfly.
Got it.
Then I would I'd head up Good Kid, Mad City. That's pretty strong. Section 80 is where he lays out who he is. You get introduced to him. It's very musical, very good. A lot of the stuff that comes later gets wild, gets artistic, but fucking there's always good shit there. But yeah, that's what's going on. that's what's going on.
I don't know where this can go. Like it feels over, but it's not.
I mean, it's just like it is the ultimate in just the hubris, right? Of like saying, I want that smoke, I really do. And the only thing I guess there is, like, it takes a level of ego to just have it all. You have the most surface level, but you run the most basic level shit, and you're just not satisfied with that. So you try to overreach. And you know what, man? You know what? The winner of the fucking beef is not Drake nor Kendrick Lamar. It's J. Cole. J. Cole won.
The smartest man in the world.
J. Cole won this war.
I saw some folks in the chat saying court. That's where it goes, right? I'm not a lawyer, but I do know one thing about United States libel, slander, and defamation law, which is the criteria is that in order for Drake to sue Kendrick for saying all this shit, he would have to prove that Kendrick knew what he was saying was false when he said it. And that seems impossible.
You're also describing a hypothetical scenario where a hip-hop beef can go to court and have someone sit there and say, Your Honor, tell him to stop saying nasty things about me. And
I would love that.
And somehow,
I would love that.
And somehow survive this career.
I would love it. That would be the best. Your Honor, he's a very mean man.
Your Honor, make him stop is wild. Like, you just, look, MGK knew better. He just left. He picked up his things and he walked over to the next genre and he put him down over there, you know? So, yeah, I don't know about that. Oh, boy.
Well, now that we've covered the rap beef, there's nothing else to talk about this week.
None of nuts whatsoever here. I'm getting pretty parched. That was a pretty big talk. Excuse me.
What the fuck is that? I don't know what the fuck that is. What the fuck is a ducky?
Oh, you talking about the beaver? You talking about Buc-ee? Buc-ee?
What the fuck is that?
Buc-ee's. I have learned. I've heard, but I have learned. Buc-ee's it's a state of mind. It's a way of living. It's how do you put a label on a lifestyle? Oh man. Oh boy. Buc-ee's. Let me tell you. So I went to America this week.
Went to America.
I went to America.
You mentioned that briefly earlier.
I did. I'll take the week over here. Yeah. I swung on down to good old Tejas in particular. So, you know, we went to the absolute, I mean, America deep.
Fucking yeehaw.
We yeehawed. Yeah, went down, hung out with Austin and Skelly V, and I went down actually to get a little bit of ink done. So
really,
I got a tattoo. Yeah. So
what do you got?
Me and Skelly got we got some little Kerbo tats going on my leg here. I put it out on Instagram actually, so you can go to here. Let me see if I can drop the link. Anyway, it's on my Woolly Wools on Instagram. You can check it out. It's the thing I just put up. But I got a little pollo on my leg there. It's
great.
Thank you. It's the him in the middle of the universe, because the scariest, most terrifying thing is shaped like a friend. It's pollo. Never forget it. That's sacred Kirby geometry. And yeah, want to go do that. Shout outs to Ink by Silver Eye, who did mine at Midgard Tattoo Company. Real cool. I have been through my entire back and spine as my first tattoo.
Mm-hmm.
So
that was kind of crazy as a first volley.
It was, but it also therefore means that I'm ready for the basic bitch shit that is a fatty ass fucking calf thigh or arm or whatever else, right?
I assume that's like cakewalk by comparison.
Absolutely. It still is not the most pleasant feeling. Some people really like the feeling of getting inked up. I don't like it, but it's still nothing compared to like spine day, right? So now the other thing is, and I feel like I've touched on it a little bit before, the significance of like my back tattoo was very high. I got it for a very personal reason, but I also wanted to get more, and I kind of was like, well, where do we kind of fucking go from here? So this is a nice.
You kind of started at the end.
Yes, right. So let's go backwards to something simple and take it down a notch with the sentiment to some degree. And I also as well like have been waiting as a reward for myself for slimming down, losing weight. You know, I said once I get my body back in shape, I want to get it inked up so that I can fucking look the way I've always wanted it to look, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Step one is not be massively unhealthy, and step two is put some cool shit down. So yeah, I got a lot of that I'm planning to do, and this is the first step I'm taking. So I got that done. Yeah, that was again, relatively simple a process by comparison. It's healing up great. Something about it too that was interesting is like for a little bit of extra detail on some of the thicker black lines, the artist put in some white for some contrast, which I've always wondered about because I've heard people have said like, oh well, if you have dark skin, why don't you just get like white tattoos, like that way you'll look like a fucking anime character or some crazy shit. And it's like it doesn't work that way. It fades almost immediately, and it also like doesn't glow like the Orochi. You know what I mean? So but it's great for just creating little contrast points in an otherwise like well planned out a high contrast piece, so anyway, that was cool. And the what else happened with that? Oh yeah, I had a great time on my way to the airport. Got in an Uber, got a lady who was doing the thing where it's just kind of like 5 minutes away, 4 minutes away,
Mm-hmm.
3 minutes
Mm-hmm.
away, pulling up
Mm-hmm.
right there, look for and I was like, okay, that's a lot, but okay, no problem. And got out and was being like kind, almost like overtly so, like I went to just open the door and she's like, oh no, let me, and kind of like ran in between to like open it for her. And I was like, oh okay, thank you, that's very, very nice. I get it, and then got in, and so me and Punch Mom are getting ready to pull off, and goes right down the street, and in this overly polite manner at the first intersection just blows right through the red light. just
fucking
right
rules.
through it, and turns, and like pedestrians are walking, and people are, and it's like it's a street.
This fucking rules.
It's a street. People are living life. Cars are coming and going, and like so Punch Mom goes, excuse me, and I kind of looked up and I saw it just as it was going, and she's like, yeah, that was a red light. And she's like, what? It's like, that was, you just turned right on a red light, and it was a pretty busy intersection, like, and she's like, oh, I thought it was just a stop sign. And she's like, no, it was red.
Oh, that's way more worrying than, yeah, no, I blew through it.
And
that's way worse.
Yeah, and it's just like, oh no, it's like, oh, okay, it's like, yeah, could you please just like be careful about that? That's it's like, oh, okay, well, here, if you need anything, let me know. Here, I
need you to follow the fucking rules, lady.
I've got sanitizer or charge for your battery, whatever, and we're like, oh no, we're good, that's fine. And then he goes, here, well, here's a QR code. If you ever need car service, my personal one, you can just call this number directly instead of through the app, and
okay.
you can
I'm not gonna do that.
So everyone's like, yeah, cool, anyways,
no.
whatever, right? And rest of it goes. So just that's like. Anyway, whatever.
Hey, hold on. Before you continue, did she turn right on a red light or just blow straight through an intersection?
It was not right on a red light, which is the questionable sometimes on the island, off the island thing. It was left on a red light.
Left on a red
across the lane going the opposite way.
That's wild.
The craziest shit. Omega Turbo, like, left on a red light.
Christ, it would have been better to just sail through.
And turbo illegal, not at all the right. No. So yeah, Anyway, we're fucking, getting to our flight, so we don't get out. We just go. And and whatever. I get out and I'm like, okay, well, take our shit. And yeah, I'm like beyond the fucking insanity of that would have been a normal if too polite ride, except for the part where, almost fucking just careening off into the abyss occurred. So there's a thing where just like illegal driving. That's that is, but it's interesting because like when I was talking to Punch Mom about it, I was like, yeah, like the last time when I had somebody, in fact, I might have brought it up here, but like I had a driver that was like nodding off, and it was when it was late at night, like between it was bumper to bumper, so he fortunately didn't have far to go between each stop, but it was just like this dude is like straight up just. Yeah. And I'm like, yeah, I'm good actually. Just I'll get out. Hey, cool. I'll get out right here. Thank you. And just like, what the fuck, right? So that shit was terrifying already, and now we have this bit where you have this lady doing this with the car. So I'm like, okay, I mentioned to Punch Mom, oh yeah, so last time this came up, I just got out and that was that, right? So later on, it's like, and she's like, but she's like, hey, well, I said something, and I was like, right, okay, and that's the move. I get it. Although, like, I definitely, like, I just kind of said, thanks, let me out here. That's it. It's fine. But anyway, whatever. It's my account. We'll see. Later that night, I get a thing that pops up with Uber going, hey, we've gotten a report that says you were caught with illegal drugs in the back of an Uber, and you were driving, you were not allowed to be using drugs while sitting in an Uber. That goes against community guidelines. So if this happens again, we'll be banning your account. Just no action to be taken, but just so you know, this is reported. And I'm like, oh, you fucking piece of shit, right? This is what it is. You have no recourse, and how dare we point out that you fucking did some insane shit.
Didn't all you do go, hey, you blew a red?
That's it. But then reporting it on, oh no, you're trying to keep your perfect rating because you're trying to set up your independent business and you're trying to push that whole bit. And how dare someone report some insane shit you're doing, right? The type of brain that thinks it's a good idea to like just go right into like, oh yeah, here, use my private service after I just did that shit is not that smart. So their whole thing is, well, fuck you then. How do I get back at you? Oh, you were fucking drugs, actually. That's what it was, because there's nothing else. My profile is fine. I don't, I have nothing else on it. So it's just like, so yeah, you get this automatic message that pops up. So I'm like, hey, can I, like, not have some bullshit on my account? Because this lady's lying. Her account, she's clearly just trying to take revenge against the fact that I reported her for for running a red. And she's just trying to lash out and punish me for doing that. So like, can I get like this not as a stain on my account where I have a fucking one strike to get banned thing? And they're like, so we don't just take one side of the story. We can thank you for giving your side, and that's noted. However, that's it. Thank you for telling us. There's nothing else to do at this time. And you're just like, oh, you fucking okay. So the problem is speaking up. Actually, when that shit happens, the move is to just leave it, and like don't even give them the ability to think of you as a person that they can then go back after and target later, right? Because when the person who was fucking sleeping, when that happened, I dealt with that. It was like, okay, I could have been one of any customers that day. There was no targeted retaliation versus pointing it out and putting a fucking mark on you, And it only happened hours later that day. So after she would have seen the response.
Right.
So that's fucking crazy that's a thing that can happen.
There's only one solution to this, Wooly. You got to get your L. So one of the things that I've been doing my week is I went and got my driving packet from BP Insurance, And there's only one thing of note. I'm planning to try and get my L this week or next week, probably next week. I'm reading through my driving package. It tells me all the rules, right? And I'm reading this about what to do when you drive, how to drive car, right? And Paige is, we're hanging out with the baby, and I keep doing this thing where I turn to Paige and I go, do other people know what's in this book? Because what I'm reading in my learner's permit package about how to drive does not gel with my life experience being in cars and watching other people drive.
Yeah. I mean, if you're somebody who like there's because I feel like there's the person who reads it, has it all fresh. You're a fresh student, you've got it all, and you're overly concerned almost, right? You're overly cautious to a degree. And then there's the person who's like, I've been riding my dad's fucking Civic since I was 14 or whatever, a kid, unofficially regardless, and this is just a formality to go get it later on, and they're already just kind of like rolling with whatever they're accustomed to. But yeah, that certainly is one way to deal with that. It fucking just sucks to have that again, if you've got no retaliation ability whatsoever.
I mean, you actually absolutely have huge retaliation ability, but you shouldn't.
Sure.
Not the way that you could.
Yes, perhaps no meet the Uber driver like track to be dropping this week, immediately followed by not like us. But it's so fucking people like that, man. Like that's the shit that just gets in your fucking craw, because it's like you get very far in life being that piece of garbage, right? The type of person who just does the absolute worst, is 1000% in the wrong, but just never acknowledge it. And also, if anyone else dares to point that out, how dare they? Anyway, so that was fucking great. Had that. I'll see whatever happens, but I mean, hey, if it's been a fucking decade of that report not ever popping up on my account, hopefully that doesn't happen again. But like, we'll see what this leads to if another piece of shit I gets encountered at some point.
What a fucking bitch!
It's crazy. And that just makes me like double down on because I made a joke with Punch Mom about just like, oh, it's not your account, it's mine, haha. But I'm like, no, actually, don't even telling the person is actually like the wrong move. The right move is to get out and then just deal with that shit later.
Or go crazy.
Or that.
Or go crazy on it. But I mean, depends how you want to live your life.
Yeah. Just tweet it at them. Yeah, I wouldn't. So if I got actually banned, then I would take it to that point. At this point, it's just they said there's nothing really there. There's no invisible. I can't see the one strike of 2 anywhere or anything. So who the fuck knows? Anyway, all right. So in Texas, speaking of being on the road, so that was one thing, and then the other bit was just looking out the window and Punch Mom's taking a nap, and I'm like, wake up, look. And she's like, huh? What's going on? It's a fucking Cybertruck.
Oh my goodness, you saw one.
In the flesh, right up, driving up. And I'm like, oh my God, I'm gonna record that shit.
Those motherfucking things got recalled.
Recorded that shit, saw it, and she's like, oh God, oh wow. And she's like, Jesus Christ. She's like, you scared me. I thought there was an accident. And I'm like, there's about to be. Yep. Right, okay, yeah. So, it's like, where is he going? Hopefully the fucking recall center, because but it turns out that where it was going was the same place we were going, which was over to Top Golf. And so that's where I took a picture, posted up, bless, survived, taking a picture next to the Cybertruck. I couldn't tell whether or not it was locked into 6th gear, just that extra gear shift at the bottom of the pedal. But but yeah, they pulled up there, and I went to a golf driving range. It was pretty fun. I have not.
Have you been to a driving range before?
So no. However, this is the weirdest thing. This sentence is so stupid.
Okay, I'm ready.
I took golf in college.
What? You did?
Yes. So as part of when you're doing your electives and you're taking different things, you could choose what kind of classes. And one of the classes,
Dawson had a fucking golf elective.
there was a golf gym class that you could choose. So I picked golf, and I was like,
"Where did you go for that?"
To the gym.
Wait, you fucking hit balls in the gym?
It was a lot of classroom learning about golf, and then there was hitting the balls in the gym and working on the swing and the putt and the different elements. Yeah.
It's bullshit. No, driving range is totally different. You want to launch that shit.
Exactly. But this is what I took, and this is where I learned about golf, you know? So seeing that on the list, I'm like, that seems crazy. This is so far outside of anything this is so far outside my wheelhouse of what I expected classes to be in college. And I'm like, yeah, fuck, why not? Yeah, let's go nuts. Let's see what that's about, right? There was also, I want to say there was a cooler class that was like, I think there was an MMA type training thing that was already taken. So yeah, I did a fucking golf class, and kind of just learned about the form and the putting and the swinging and the 9 irons and all that shit. Anyway, that was like 20 fucking years ago. So when here, I don't remember any of that shit, but it's a lot of fun to just swing and fucking hit a ball as far as you can into the distance.
Oh yeah, man. Every night, like, even if you're a total amateur and you fucking get that one good swing and you launch that shit a couple 100 yards, oh, it rules.
Yeah. I didn't pick golf over MMA. The MMA class was full. I couldn't get in. It was
because Crazy Alex was in there. He took the last spot.
He literally was. He literally was. Yes. So anyway, that was fun. Yeah, like there's a whole lot of fucking just pathetic ass like you swing super hard and watch it go, right?
Yeah, and then you're like, oh,
everyone saw, right? Or you can do the little trick, which is like do a really horrible swing and whiff, but just pretend it was a practice.
Man.
Almost got it. Hold on, let me just.
Like, as long as you don't just bury the thing into the dirt and bend your fucking rod, you're fine.
Yeah, and when you're on the second floor too, like there's a little net that you can fall over and try not to eat shit and get saved. So.
Oh, you did the second floor on the...
Yeah.
Oh, that's fun, but it's scary.
It's a little scary, but it was cool. But yeah, no, I managed to hit it pretty far a couple times, and that felt good. I was like, that's the type of thing you can do with a lot of open space. I will say, like in a giant state where you have to drive super long to get anywhere and do anything, and there's not a whole lot of like walking around. When you need to capitalize on open space, something like that is very possible.
Yeah, dude, driving ranges are so much fun, but they represent like the absolute worst part of fucking macho golf mentality stupid shit. Where it's like, man, I can look at how big my fucking driver is. I can launch this shit 300 yards. Oh, great. Okay, Dad, your putting sucks. You blow like 5 fucking strokes on the green. You get the green in 1. Wow.
This is also set up for like very casual, sort of like easy going, like, mat rounds, because it's like bowling where you pick a lane and then you just, you can order food and just sit there and play.
Yeah.
Like, you don't have to bring your own clubs or anything. They've got a bunch of the clubs there that you can just grab and go, and then you can order food and then just sit and swing. And they had all these different games you could play on it too. So I managed there's one of the games we played where I managed to win. It was pretty sick. I got the points, and I was like, yeah, I can do this. And then there was like an Angry Birds one where you're swinging the ball at a virtual Angry Birds tower. And,
I don't know about this.
And it detects where the ball is going and knocks over the structure so that you can see imagine just flinging an Angry Birds game, except when it flings out, it's where you swing, So it corresponds to the targets that you swing at.
Yeah, golf's lame as fuck, but it's actually fun to play.
Absolutely.
It's really chill.
Exactly. And that was my takeaway from the class that I took too, was like, oh wow, this is a lot funner to do than it is to watch.
Yeah, I want to hang out on like a nice park and drink beers and ride around in a little cart and then hit a ball. It's fun.
So yeah, that was dope. Um, Checked out. They have a thing called Cidercade down there, which is it's an arcade that is also a cidery. That's my shit. I love.
That is about as obvious as I could have been. Like that. Like, part of me expected there to be more twist than it literally being exactly what you said.
I love cider. I love arcades. It was exactly that, and it was a great time. Not much else to say. There's a board game that was a lot of fun, and yeah, just like this thing that is. There's a lot of times where I'm like, yeah, I want to try out a bunch of board games, and I hear about cool shit, and I've gotten a bunch that I want to like plan to do maybe stuff in the future with. But setup and onboarding is always really treacherous. You know, I talked last time when we played some games with the neighbors as well about like, I was like, yeah, that was a lot of fun, but boy, you have to really kind of be in. And a lot of the times too, if you're a board game person, you know, the more complex things are, the more you kind of enjoy it. Like that's where a lot of your fun is kicking in. But there's a game we played that was so simple and so fucking good, and the premise is this. It's called Monster Voice, right?
Off we go.
Have you ever seen the cartoon Are Real Monsters?
Yeah, I've seen All Real
Remember
Monsters,
those little freaky fucking weird hairy things and all the
Yeah,
little...
I remember that freak. Yeah, I got him.
Okay, all the monsters in that, imagine little like shitty kids drawings of monsters like that, right? And you have them on little cards. You put 9 of them down on the table, and then there's a phrase. Everyone has to do a voice of one of the monsters' drawings on the table, and you take turns trying to guess which monster voice you're doing.
Ah.
So, you know, you see like one little flat, weird, goofy one. There's a little robotic short weirdo. There's one that's kind of like Bubsy, but he looks like he's dying, right? And it's just simple. You just try to make dumb monster voices, and people have to figure out which character you're doing. Great. Solid. Real fun. If they guess correctly, you get a point, they get a point. And then you continue taking turns. I definitely vouch for this. And the drawings are fun. They're little good, cute, simple monsters. Okay.
I looked it up and can't find it.
I think you have to get it straight from the official site. And you know, as long as it's available. I got mine right away. It's one of those things where as soon as I did that, I'm like, oh yeah, I'm ordering this. Because a bunch of shit that like fucking that happened like multiple times where I'm like, I'm getting this game. That was great. Played a little Rock Band. I'm like, I miss Rock Band. Let me get that new guitar. Sure, that's in Fortnite now apparently. Yeah, that was cool. There is some stuff that's down in Texas. Like there's a place we went to called the Truck Yard, which apparently there's a lot of these things. Because last time I went to like a barbecue kind of spot, and I kind of saw what that was about. And this is just kind of like a bunch of. So remember that fight? Remember the Mariah fight in Stardust Crusaders with the fucking planted Cadillacs in the ground? Imagine that on purpose, just as if it were a Shinto shrine. But instead of the gates, instead of Torii gates, it's planted Cadillacs and cars.
And they say Americans have no culture.
Right? It was so weird to walk down a path of an open park and just see all that. And then you're in a little yard where there's a bunch of food trucks, there's a bunch of beer stops and stations, and a bunch of chairs and things that are made out of car parts. And you
that's great.
And you sit on car parts while you drink a beer, and you have, whatever you're having, some barbecue, some pulled pork, some tacos, some sausage on a stick, whatever the case is. And you're just fucking, that is America happening, man. Yeah, and then someone's playing live music, because of course they are. I was like, damn, okay, I see, this is a thing. It was a fun chill vibe, and that's a nice place to just kind of spend a Friday night or whatever. And then I went over to Austin, and that's the busier town, and it also just happened to be Cinco de Mayo weekend, which I've always heard about but didn't really know like kind of much of the deal. Since
apparently it means the May 5th weekend.
Yeah, and apparently it's kind of just this, like, it's a thing where like, yeah, most Mexicans kind of really don't give a fuck. Like in Mexico, they celebrate their Independence Day on proper Mexican Independence Day, which is not Cinco de Mayo. So it's just kind of like a sort of a touristy white getting drunk bar hopping thing. So it's like, yeah, there's not a there's like it's like yeah,
listen,
you
the
can.
4th of July is 2 months away. I need to get drunk now.
You know, it ain't. It's not. It's totally just this. It's not the thing that they care about. You know. Which I learned as Sheena explained. So yeah, I went to go hang out with Sheena, and
I hope she's well,
doing well, and you know, checked out the Saturcade on that side as well, just to see how that was doing. And then after multiple times, when I went down to the Florida convention the other day and got the beaver nuggets delivered, and I got the Hatsune Miku, but it's a beaver logo Buc-ee's thing. I'm like, what is this religious experience people are saying? You have to go to Buc-ee's. You have to go to Buc-ee's, right?
Yeah, what's up with Buc-ee's? I don't get it.
So, of course, so Sheena's like, yeah, you got to go to Buc-ee's. So we're like, all right, let's go. And you get in and you drive, and it's a ways out because they're always like they're not in the cities. They're a little bit further out from the city. And you walk in, and it's like, it is just it's the ultimate consumer experience. You think about consumers and you pull up to this giant fucking parking lot, and there are 50 gas station pumps going into the horizon. And all, like, just imagine a gas station, but there's just infinite pumps, and everyone's getting their gas there because that's how you do it. And then there's this little fucker, this little beaver, Buc-ee, is there on everything, and he's inviting you to the ultimate consumer experience, which is walking into something the size of like a giant Costco, you know, but with no tall dividing barriers or aisles. You just feel like you're looking at like a football field ass fucking like shopping experience. It just goes. The back wall is way the fuck over there. It's insane. And everything they sell has their own brand on it. They have their own branded fucking cup, shirt, whatever you need. What? It's all Buc-ee's oriented, and it's like they make their own. They have their own snacks, which are these beaver nuggets I described, which are like the corn pops. They have a wall of every kind of candy, of every kind of, you need like 18 kinds of trail mix. They got you covered on that. The bar, you can walk in and say, hey guys, let's have a barbecue, or let's go camping. And you can drive up there with no camping gear whatsoever, and then get all of it there, and then pull out, and there's no problem. They have a million kinds of jerky. But then, fuck that, there's the actual fresh jerky counter where they're making it right there, or you can get like the, you know, flavors as fresh as it gets. Right next to the barbecue, pulled pork, you know, whatever sandwich counter. And then in the back, if you need to get tactical, you can go with your Buc-ee's tactical, where they have their fucking like hunting salt lick, like deer attracting things. And I mean, dude, I sort of got like, here, let me just, give me a minute.
This looks like, it looks like the inside of a South Park episode.
Yeah, I
don't understand.
When you go to Buc-ee's, man, you can, like, so here is a I got.
Why are so many people in this video I'm watching wearing flags?
Oh yeah, we got our Buc-ee's rash guard over here. You know, American flag, full camo, and the goddamn beaver.
Because, why camo but also flag?
You know why.
I don't.
Right? I got me my proper mug. I got me my sip. We're doing it. It's all there. The beaver's everywhere. The beaver himself walks out. I took photos. Me and Buc-ee.
Is this only in Texas?
It's mainly in Texas, but it's starting to spread out, because I remember hearing about it when we were in Florida, and there was someone in Florida that was like, "Oh, you got to go." But it's mainly a Texas thing. They're spreading out though. They're starting to move it out, you know. And so I'll tell you, I didn't go down with a bag that I planned to come back with, but when I acquired this one, I'll tell you when they got my attention. As you look over there, this is when they got my attention.
What is that?
This is a Delta kite.
Oh my fucking god!
This is a Delta kite with Buc-ee on it. Motherfucker. I got a new kite for the collection. And that's ready to go. So, you know. It's the realest shit. Now, here's the thing. Everything they have, there's a sign on the wall that says, like, they're world famous, right? They're world famous cotton candy. They're world famous roasted nuts, where they've got them right there, right? World famous bathrooms.
World famous bathrooms?
The place is notable for many things. One of them is that the bathrooms are the cleanest, the biggest, the most spaced out, with tons of individual stalls, tons of urinals. Every sink has all its own amenities that you would need to dry, hand wash, sanitize.
This is a wild claim.
Goated bathrooms, the likes of which I've never seen, that mean you never even have to remotely even like see another person, almost the way it's set up. It's like you do, but it's like there's you never have to touch anybody or like get close to, you know, the bumper to bumper traffic you can get at conventions sometimes, right? There's a lot of times I remember like getting in line at like a PAX bathroom or some shit where you're just butts to nuts squeezing sideways across, you know, to get in and use a stall.
I have literally fucked my ass up by having to deal with like a bad public bathroom. You just run into a situation where like, you know what, I'm just gonna hold it, and you do that enough times and you have a problem.
They actually like have, as a major point, is big, spacious, clean, awesome bathrooms that are always like kept clean, right? And it's again the ultimate in consumer. And walking in, I'm like, you know what? I fucking get it. I now I understand why everyone's like, no, you gotta go though, right? Like you have other like again, Japan will tell you go hike this mountain, get to a shrine, and see the view at the top. America's like, go shop at fucking Buc-ee's.
Drive up to a big gas station because everything's bigger in Texas.
Stand next to the truck with the logo on it. You're gonna want that shit, you know, and sure enough, you absolutely do. So yeah, no, that was it. And you know, also on the way out and in, there's a sign right there that says, "Hey, we're hiring. Here's all the positions. We pay a higher rate than a lot of other places. Here's exactly what each position pays." Which is,
that fucking rules.
And if you want to get a job, just call us. And it's like you just see like, yeah, from beginning to whatever, assistant manager, and then the actual, you know, thing. And it's just like, yeah, if you want to make your way and get paid, possibly like you can get to a middle position there and get like a 6-figure digit or something like that. Like it was just like, oh shit, they just straight up tell you what every position is. So wow, wow about that. Nice little detail there. Yeah. I feel like I've seen the light, and that's why I'm currently enjoying, you know, my Buc-ee's t-shirt. And I've, of course, when I want to go swimming, you know, you gotta buck up. So we're good to go. And I'm now interested in seeing where else I can find a Buc-ee's. And you know, I heard that the one I went to was a particularly good one. So I'm gonna temper my expectations a little bit, but if anything, I'll just enjoy it all the more when I get to the next one. But yeah, Knuck or Buck, baby, Knuck or Buck.
Oh, I hate that.
Oh shit!
I don't like it.
Yeah, the ultimate consumerism experience. It's pretty strong. And you know, that kind of is more or less the bit. I mean, it was also, again, just to reiterate, wild to be having this experience while Kendrick has been dropping throughout this entire time, and just everybody out on the streets and catching it, playing, jumping in, and just, it's like there's a moment of everyone like, oh, hey, he dropped again, what, and again, I fully took advantage of the fact that I'm like, I am Canadian, I can tell you what it's like, we are not behind that.
A lot of people don't like Drake.
So yeah, shout outs Tejas. And I was curious, so I took a little walk down. There's a 6th Street is kind of like the main spot that is like, hey, there's a bunch of fun things you can see, and also keep your head on a swivel, and also don't be there late at night, and also World Star, and also you know what, maybe consider staying on one side of the map and don't go past this point, and yada yada. And I kind of went and saw there's like a bit of a street festival that was going on, and a little bit of like walking and like, oh, you can shop, and there's some tents set up in the streets, and that was all nice. And then I got 1 block after that ended, I walked just across the street and saw a gas station fight going. And I was like, and yeah, there we are. That's what I was looking for. And I was like, okay, we did it. We got it. But yeah, it was nice. It was fun. And of course, throughout this, bunch of places that were recommended to go eat as well. I had some good food all around, and that happened in the background too. So yeah, fun stuff. Good trip. Shout outs to Sheena and Austin and Skelly V and stuff. And yeah, that was my big America trip. This tattoo is healing okay, crusting a little bit, but that's normal.
It's supposed to do that, right?
It's supposed to do that. And that's pretty much the deal. So with me beyond that, so I'm gonna be this week picking back up. There's a couple of so Reggie has a couple of busy days, so we're not going to come back on the regular schedule, but we're going to throw in a Friday to make up for the fact that we've been gone for a bit. I've got to finish off FF16 DLC 2, The Rising Tide. Did the first half of that. Leviathan is a cool power. I appreciate Hate Baby as the main focal point of that plot. There is a baby filled with hatred. It is very upset, and it has very good reason to be. And you get access to this Leviathan power, which is, how like it basically is like you have some abilities that were kind of like Bahamut or Odin, which were like the zoning tools. I didn't like them that much, and Leviathan feels like the best feeling of those. It's still not perfect for me, but it's way cooler and funner than the other zoning things. You have a gun. You have a full-on gun with you, and you can...
it's just a gun.
And its abilities include like things like being able to put out like a... You put out like a satellite, but you shoot at it, and it redirects the shots. And like...
Oh, I like that.
Does a heavy focus fire on something. Big laser, of course, multiple targets, all that shit. It's great. And there's a reload system with a Gears of War style, optimized moment for tactical reloading, but if you dodge, you also get a dodge reload. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's pretty well thought out. And I have, in particular, some of the main gun stuff. I'm probably not going to keep on my main rotation, but some of its unique abilities are worth pulling out. So, going to finish off the Rising Tide Part 2, as well as gonna resume some Yakuza 0, and this week we're gonna take a look at Hades 2, because that shit dropped and I want to fucking see what's going on with it. So it'll be a short and sweet Wednesday, Thursday, Friday stream, and then Reggie's busy Saturday, so we're gonna be off then, but that'll be over on Wooly Versus on Twitch and on YouTube.
All right, I need to take a little bit of a break.
Yes, that was a long
segue into the rest of it.
That was a long run. Let's do it. BRB.
Nice. Fucking sick.
All right.
That fucking rules. Wooly is wearing a novelty Buc-ee's beaver hat right now. Covers his whole head.
Hat, you say?
Oh, wait, that's a hood on the whole fucking outfit?
Oh, that's interesting. That's
Oh, that's great. Wait, is that a whole pajama set? What are you? Oh my God. Are you in a fucking fursuit?
That's interesting.
Are you in a fucking beaver fursuit?
I got beaver nugs and jerky beef inside my DNA.
Oh man. Oh, he's got it real bad. You know, Wooly, I'd be honest. If you had to ask me last week which of us would be most likely to show up on stream wearing some kind of animal costume first, it would have definitely been me.
I would have taken that bet.
Yeah, you would have. Yeah.
But if you were to ask me if the cost of showing up on stream in an animal costume would have been under $30.
Wait, seriously?
This was like $25.
Dude, that's fucking crazy.
It was insane. Like, I was walking away going, okay, that's ridiculous. We're not going to do the bit. And I'm like, wait, that thing is $24.
Oh, that's fucking stupid. That's crazy. That's a steal.
Of course I'm buying the goddamn Buc-ee's Kigu. What are we doing here?
That's kind of awesome.
And because it's America, they've got all kinds of sizes. So, of course, I can fit. It's great.
Yeah.
There you go.
That's awesome.
Barely $30 on the bit. All right. Absolute deal.
All right.
Quick word from our sponsors.
I love our fucking sponsors.
Yeah, just let's we're running long and they hate it when we take too long.
We're running long and we've barely started.
Oh boy. This week, despite you'd think there's a couple of places we'd have some sponsors coming in, but we got the podcast this week sponsored by ExpressVPN.
I love ExpressVPN.
Get in there. Get in on your security. You know the deal. I know most of you are probably thinking, why don't you just use incognito mode? Let me tell you
That's
something.
not good enough, man.
It doesn't hide your activity. It doesn't matter what mode you use or how many times you clear your browsing history. Your ISP can see everything you visited, and that's why when I'm home, I never go online without ExpressVPN. You need to. That's the energy. Okay. Well, look, it's real simple. If you use ExpressVPN, you can get yourself in into another country with one click of a button, and that means that you can watch things from other countries that you're otherwise not allowed to watch when you're browsing over here. Like I said, I kind of find it ridiculous that Canadian Netflix is like, no, you can't see It's Always Sunny or something like that. And then you can fix that with a single click. So, bam, do that, you're covered. Also, doesn't certainly hurt that you also have the fact that a lot of places want to sell your data. They want to have targeted ads that are going to be really annoying, and they're going to take you and your package as a consumer and sell that for tons of money without your consent or without your approval. And if you don't want that to be possible, you can also use something like ExpressVPN to help you with that. It's going to store all of your data. It's going to keep all of your data secure within a powerful encryption key, and you'll have the ability to protect every device that is connecting to your network. So
let them take your data.
It's not just your phone. It's not just your laptop. It's everything. Even your smart TV, right? Your phones, your computers, all your devices. One click of the button, and you are protected. So, yeah, get in there. Don't let them tell you what to watch, and don't let them sell your data. Protect your online activity today with the VPN rated #1 by CNET and Mashable. Visit our link at expressvpn.com/superbeast, and you can get an extra 3 months for free on a 1-year package. That's expressvpn.com/superbeast. Expressvpn.com/superbeast to learn more. Thanks, ExpressVPN.
Thanks, ExpressVPN.
And this week, the podcast is sponsored by Raycon. You may have heard about us talking about the everyday earbuds before with them. And you're like, okay, you got the audio quality you expect from all the big guys, but half the price. That sounds pretty good. But if you haven't pulled the trigger on getting one, then now's a great time to check them out. They just launched their upgraded model of the best-selling everyday earbuds. In particular, we're talking about no wires in your life, which we've emphasized.
Get those wires out of there.
Right? Enter the world of wireless. And you're getting active noise cancellation, ergonomic design, multi-point connectivity that lets you pair two devices at once. That is super sick and useful. The ability to not have to worry about switching between devices is awesome. Whichever one is on is going to automatically connect, and if both are on, with a simple tap, you can just switch. So that is a particular handy one. I got the blue ones, and the multi-device thing is coming more and more in handy as I've gotten multiple devices here that want a Bluetooth. And switching back and forth without having to do a reconnection is a massive quality of life upgrade. So yeah, that's perfect for, if you're keeping them fit in and doing something like boxing, which I love to do in the mornings. You have the in-ear fit. And check out the upgraded model. There's also a 30-day happiness guarantee. So what are you waiting for? Go to buyraycon.com/superbeast today and get 20% off your Raycon order plus free shipping. That's right, you'll get 20% off and free shipping at buyraycon.com/superbeast. buyraycon.com/superbeast. Thanks, Raycon.
Thanks, Raycon.
All right. What's going on?
All right. Baby update. My baby is a genius.
Baby genius.
Has recently started sitting up by himself, which is really cool to see.
Really
cool.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very cool to see. Right. Number 2, literally today, has started responding to Paige in baby sign language.
Hey. Oh yeah, that's right. Okay, so I've heard.
So you saw us doing that.
Yeah, I've heard that's like that's some new really good tech for like getting you can get kids like to be non-verbally communicating even before words are coming out, right?
Yeah, because words are hard.
You can practice that. Right? That's really cool.
But hands are easier. So Paige, this is the most common phrase said to the baby is, do you want milk? And you do the little squeeze thing with your hand. Right? Basically, are you hungry? Right? And he has started doing it back when he is hungry. So we can now, are you mad because of whatever, or are you just hungry? And he will now tell us
so fucking
if he is hungry.
Like, because like everything, like I feel like we all kind of grew up thinking of like, oh, when you start to be able to form words is when you start to have thoughts, which is not what's happening.
No, that's not true.
But it feels like, oh, you're communicating because you've gotten to that point, And it's like
the thoughts happen way earlier.
You're able to like communicate, like, or not have thoughts, but to be able to communicate, right? Like, you can actually get fucking like gestures, and you can get like signing out much earlier. That's so sick.
Like, so this is great news because there was a minor kerfuffle with the baby's development over the past month. So at our local community center, there is a lady that comes by every couple of weeks, maybe once a month, and she checks out all the babies that go to the mom groups. Right? She has like a special thing that is like, hey, I'm gonna come in, talk about baby development, what's appropriate for what months of baby development, and I will check out your baby and tell you if your baby is doing well on their milestones, or maybe a little bit behind on their milestones, or very behind on their milestones if there's an issue. Right? So Paige, I was not able to go to the last one. So Paige went with baby Gowron by herself and spoke to the lady, who informed her, unfortunately, that baby Gowron was a little bit behind on some of his gross motor skills. Like the crawling and the sitting and that kind of stuff, a little bit behind. So we're a little upset about that, a little worried about it. However, upon us talking about that at length, I was like, okay, Paige, wait, how old did you tell her the baby was? And she started counting off the weeks, right? Weeks since birth. And I started counting off the months because I go by his birthday.
Mm-hmm.
And if you could believe it, weeks to months starts to completely fall apart after a certain age, because 4 weeks don't necessarily equal a month.
As far as I heard, that's what pregnancy is right?
And that first like 20 weeks after they're born, weeks are more useful, right?
2 months turns into not 4 clean weeks necessarily. Yeah.
So we discovered, Paige, you told her that the baby was a month older than he was.
Oh.
And she was doing his evaluation.
Oh.
So a couple of days ago, I went with Paige with the baby, and our boy was going, and sitting up by himself and crawling around and rolling around and shit. And she said, oh, actually, he's ahead.
Well, there you go.
Now that we have the right amount of months.
Okay.
Because his general motor skills are normal, but his fine motor skills, which is, pinching and grabbing items, is actually ahead.
Okay.
than the average baby.
Okay. Now
so there was a bit of a did we fuck it? No, actually it's going well.
Now, as much as we all love a journey under the bus, it's real comfy down there. That is a very reasonable, easy mistake to make, because measurements of time, we are used to thinking about, 4 weeks, month, what's the difference,
Well, hey, Wooly, right now, what's 35 weeks in months? Yeah, exactly. That's the problem.
And week to week, the way things actually develop is like, that's a different metric you're tracking. Every time, so here's a great one. Whenever I post the schedule up, I have to go April, week 1, week 2, week 3. And around the time...
It doesn't work that way,
Exactly. Around the time we get to like week 4, and it's like, wait, but there's another 3 days left before the next one.
It's April week 5 and May week 1.
Or May 1. Yeah, and it gets messy every time. So yes, but this is something I've been looking at each time. So 100%, it's a different metric. I get it. I super get it. Very, very, very easy to make mistake.
So baby's a genius. That's good. Good that baby's a genius.
Sorted. How do you even... I guess, I'm sure you can learn online about, how the process goes, but, the starting to get signing in, how does that work? That's so cool.
You just do it every single time.
When you say the words, you make a hand-associated gesture.
For 8 months now, not when baby was like a potato, not in the potato form, right? But every time baby was, aware of his surroundings at all, she would go, are you hungry? Do you want milk? And she would do it every single time. You saw her do it when we were hanging out with you. Just every single time.
Okay. It's just
and that's the most important one, because if he's hungry for milk, I'm out of options. Right?
Yeah.
But if he's wants to go outside or get cold air, or he's too hot or whatever, I can just run through the checklist of things that piss baby off. But I can't give him my boobies. Don't work that way.
So what I'm curious is about is so you have that first one and you get that going and you sign that as you say it. Do you then, upon confirmation of you've gotten a word out and then you're seeing it back now, so now you go for a second one at that period of time, or do you let that first one set in? Is there a way to?
You just continue to do it.
And you build on top of that first one.
The next one would be more, which is you tap your fingers together like this for more.
Okay.
Which he's starting to eat solids. So that would apply for that.
Okay.
And then there's mama and dada. And mama is you touch your thumb to your chin with your fingers open, and dada is you touch the top of your forehead.
Okay.
So I can tell you with certainty that he knows what mama means. 100%. Can't do the sign. It's a little too advanced for his fingers. But if I ask him, hey, where's mama? He starts to, if I'm holding him, he starts to spin around and go, where?
Where? Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Yeah. Because like I guess that's the thing is like before he's doing it back, he's still understanding what the thing you're doing is, which also helps with the linguistic element of it.
I'm also teaching him. I use the dog and the cat, which are great, by the way, because babies just fucking flail, and the kid just slaps my shit, like right in the eyes, and you saw me get kicked right in the eye when I was at your place. But the dog and cat work really well for gentle, because the dog's got that big fat ugly face that the baby can't damage. So I have the baby like touch the dog's face, and if he slaps the dog's shit a little bit, doesn't matter, dog won't do anything. I'm like, no, shh, gentle on the dog, right? And the cat has been excellent for crawling, because the cat really likes the baby, but the cat only likes to get pet by the baby literally once, like one swipe. So what we do is we'll put the baby in the middle of the bed, and the cat gets on the bed, and the baby will crawl to the cat, pet the cat, and the cat will move to the other fucking end of the bed, and the baby will spin to crawl over to pet the cat, and the cat will leave and go to the other side of the bed, like that.
Training mechanism.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So, but
it's great.
You can actually stack them up, and then like even before the communicating element, there's the like, I understand what you're doing. That's fucking interesting. That's so cool.
Also, so we have a human child, and we don't want an iPad child. Don't want that. That's terrifying. You've seen it. We've all seen it. It's a nightmare, right? So the only time the kid ever interacts with screens is if I'm watching him and I'm playing some low stimulus shit like Dragon's Dogma or something like that, or if we have to do something in the house for any length of time that neither of us can hold the baby right now. Baby has to go live in the pit. We have a big gigantic playpen for him. We call it the pit. Put the baby in the pit, and baby can watch 10 minutes of Miss Rachel, which if you don't know about Miss Rachel, you can go look it up. She's a speech therapist. She does speech therapy for babies. It's great. But what we've noticed is that since that's the baby's only exposure, I'll put on Miss Rachel and like leave to go like do the dishes and come back. The kid doesn't even necessarily watch the fucking TV. He's happy that the TV is on and that Miss Rachel is around, but he's like playing with his toys and ignoring the giant screen next to him.
Okay.
And he's ignoring our phones. And he's not. And we went out to dinner. He's
not swiping for it himself, of course.
No. Yeah. No. And we went out to dinner, and he didn't have an iPad. He didn't have our phone, so I just bounced him on my knee and talked to him. And a lady came up to us and told us how well behaved our baby was.
How about that?
Who was sitting at a different table.
How about that? Yeah.
And I'm like, yes, don't let the baby get horribly addicted to iPad.
I mean, again, just seeing the swipe, like the dream swiping while it's crying and things like that. I've seen videos of those. I have seen that are
children,
so scary,
my baby's age, with phones in their hands, and it is
going through it. And the thing is like, so I remember the last time I brought this up too, where it's like, okay, I know when I see that shit, it's like this is bad. We don't even have all the data, but you can just feel inside.
It's clearly not good.
This is not going to have good ramifications, especially considering how full-grown adults are getting their attention spans fucked up, right? And I remember hearing back when it was like parents that were like, "Yo, dude, you don't know what it's like," and like you have to understand there are times when we just like it's the only way to solve it. That's true, right?
We were prepared if the baby started to lose his mind on the plane to pull the phone out with Miss Rachel to calm him down.
So knowing that is there, I always have a little bit of like I feel like this sucks, but there's a level of like, if you tell me, look, man, I know, but this is the only, I'm like, I'm not there. I'm not losing sleep. I'm not in a situation where I've been through what you've been through. So I can empathize with the fact that you might just hit a wall and be like, God damn it, fine, this will stop it for now.
I mean, there are times where you have to have an emergency, that you have to be willing to admit an emergency. The plane is the only one we've encountered because the plane is a situation we can't leave.
Right. You're stuck. Yeah. Yeah.
We can't leave. Can't leave the plane. We shouldn't leave the plane.
So there's just that level of like, when when you fucking, you might get to a situation where you might, the walls might break down. But until then, if you have an option, you gotta go with the other options, man.
Yeah.
For sure. I saw someone yell, "We have the data." Is it exactly
It's
what
bad. It's
you
bad.
assume it
it's
is?
Really bad.
Yeah. Okay.
It screws up dopamine and serotonin receptors to basically it's like a drug.
You know, like the developmental years with like to take the shit that it's doing to us again in adulthood now, and needing to have fucking subway surfing footage with a bunch of soap being cut up while someone just talks to keep your attention span locked in.
Can't believe.
You know, that in your formatives, like what?
I mean, shit, Wooly. I'm reading the chat and scrolling through Twitter right now, or else I get too understimulated to have this long conversation.
That's crazy.
I'm an adult.
That's great. Like so the times when you've like had like booted up shit games in the past mid pod and shit like that, that was not the case at the beginning, right? Like that developed over time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because the anxiety was so high in the beginning that I couldn't do a different task.
Okay.
Because when we started the podcast, I was very anxious.
Yeah, I feel like there's I don't know what the like the TikTok sort of like is there a way to downgrade your attention if that's the way you feel, you know? Like when I saw that I talked about that post where there was a police officer that was saying, hey guys, this year this is just a you know, anti-drunk driving message, everyone please be safe during the holidays and whatever. And then it showed the cop talking, and then it showed a cop in Minecraft walking around just being a police officer in Minecraft, and it was like people were like, this is a official video that has to have a little attention grabber up there, and then people in the comments were like, yeah, our attention spans are broken, we can't listen to someone just talk without it. You know, like how do you dismount from this, you know?
Well, you can't, but my attention span has been broken my whole life, so that's not really a good example. If I'm not hyper fixating on something to the point of like absurdity, then I need to be doing 5 tasks at once. So like, for example, if I go out, so I took the baby out in a stroller and we just went on a nice walk, right? I didn't listen to music. We just went on a really nice walk because the goal was have a nice relaxing walk, right? That was what I was fixated on. It was a beautiful day, the air was good, etc. Right? But like when I'm talking to somebody, talking's not enough. It's never enough. I need more.
Okay.
I need more information in my head.
Okay. What happens if you don't have an answer to that? Like if a kid, for example, is like looking for that more and then you just don't give it to them, you know?
Oh, well, I mean, I'm not an expert. I just read a little bit. So whether the kid needs more stimulation, and you don't have a phone or whatever, you give him a key to play with. Okay. Or a fidget spinner, or let him get the Jimmy legs.
Okay, Jimmy legs. Yeah, you mentioned that before. Jimmy legs starts to happen. Okay, yeah. Man, that's oh yeah. All right.
Jangle the keys in front of them.
It's, you know, I like if it's something that's like, this is just, you know, some people are just like, that's how you are from the jump, and you know your attention span is the way it is and stuff. The thing that scares me is when someone didn't have it and then got that way because of scrolling.
I've literally always wanted more my whole life. I cannot get enough streams of data in my head fast enough.
Punch Mom has been like, I've talked to her about it, how she's like, I'm more impatient now from browsing TikTok. Like she's like, yeah, she didn't have it before. She could lock in, you know, read a book, whatever, do a thing, and she's like, now I do feel like I want other things going on in a way that she didn't a couple years ago. You know, and that's that's where I'm like, oh no, that's
so
you can develop that.
There's a trick to that.
That's the grenade.
There's a genuine trick to that, and it's very difficult to make sure that causes and effects are going in the right direction. You may be reading an effect as a cause. So if you are somebody with, let's say, undiagnosed attention deficit, right? And it turns out your brain's all over and you need all these sources of stimulation to focus, right? But you didn't know that, right? So you didn't do that as a kid and you do it now. Was that because you were stimulated by these new things and you were taught to do this, like you got TikTok brain? Or is it that at some point this happened and you're like, oh, my brain works better under these new circumstances than they did when I was younger?
Right. Okay, I see. I guess it depends on the task, right? It depends on what you're being asked to do at the time. But yeah, if it's actually, oh, these were subpar conditions until now, and then you get to that.
Yeah.
I mean,
like the reason I use TikTok is because I need memes and dog videos faster.
Right.
I've never been happy with the speed of memes and dog videos using the regular internet. And now it can go as fast as my thumb.
I can say this, right? Anytime I've been able to enter something resembling flow state, it has been by just being focused exclusively on the one thing. Like I'm talking just to you, and that's it, and there's no other outside thing, right? If you're able to do that by having other things, then that is an optimal outcome that you should probably lean into, right? I'd say like whichever lets you do that more is best for your configuration.
Yeah. But anyway, super high stimulus activity for children is not good for them.
Okay.
It's just not good.
Yeah.
It's just bad. Don't do it.
I just imagine that well, anyway, whatever. Yeah, it's there's an element of it that there's an element of it that is like this is the amount that you're born with. This is how you focus. This is how you deal with attention and general learning, etc. And then there's an element which is like if you get used to, higher speed, algorithmic, feed shit, etc., it's going to increase your own attention span.
Oh, absolutely. And there's susceptibility to all things are different in all people. So you watched pro wrestling as a kid, right? Okay. Did you ever horribly injure your cousins?
Not horribly, but we fucked around.
Yeah, you scuffled a little bit, right?
Yeah.
You remember other kids in elementary school or high school that their parents couldn't let them watch wrestling because if they saw wrestling, they would go nuts and start to wrestle until someone was injured. I'm sure you knew at least one kid like that, right? It's susceptibility to different effects is always going to be different depending on the person. Like I remember being so bored in class and not being allowed to jimmy legs because it was annoying that I would just fucking disassociate into a mind palace where I was doing more interesting shit.
Right. Which I've heard then becomes like in adulthood something that like allows you to like escape other situations where you should be focused in because you start relying on fucking Homer brain ghosting out of body, more reliably whenever situations are just
like, hey, Pat, didn't you hate working at the grocery store? Wasn't that like really soul crushing? Oh, I wasn't there most of the time. I was out in brain space doing whatever.
Anyway, I can go on about this forever. I find it infinitely fascinating. But yeah, all right.
Anyway, the important takeaway, I'm a great parent, Paige is the best parent, and the baby is genius. Also, he's big.
Just make sure you pronounce her name correctly.
We'll get to that in a second. Also, the baby is large. And I don't mean like large for his age, like he's of average size for his age, which is way out of whack for my family.
Hell yeah.
He's hanging out on percentile 50, and is staying on percentile 50 over a period of months, which means I'm going to have a problem in about 13 or 14 years.
There is a very adorable habit that I saw when you were over of just we've stopped recording. Okay, I got to get out of here. It's an emergency. I need to continue verifying the existence of my baby, and it not being around is a crucial, critical.
Oh yeah, no,
like,
that's
just the there it is. Okay,
have to look at the baby. If I can't see the baby might be dead. So have to physically get eyes on.
Eye contact and lock on must occur. Yeah.
So I discovered at lunch just yesterday, where I said, "Hey Paige," and was starting a conversation, and she went, "Oh my God, Patrick, we're in public. Stop it." And I look at her and I say, "What? Uh-huh." And she goes, "You just called me a bitch." And I'm like, "No, I didn't. Did you think I said bitch?" And she's like, "Yes." I'm like, "I said Paige." And in the ensuing conversation, we discovered that if we are in a crowded space with like ambient audio, like people talking, like a street or a restaurant, and I go, "Hey Paige," just like I said now, a unknown amount of times that will translate into my wife's ears as bitch, as "Hey bitch." We don't know how long this has been happening. We don't know how many times it's happened. But apparently, I asked her, "Paige, how many times do you think I call you a bitch out in public in like a restaurant?" She looks at me and goes, "All the time."
And just like, and that's been the norm.
It's never come up.
Just been
never come up.
That's wild, Paige. That's wild. And I say Paige.
He's saying Paige.
That is wild. That's crazy. That's crazy energy. Okay.
It's never come up.
Oh,
so
man.
I'm thinking back to like tons and tons of conversations. Or like, "Hey Paige, can we do?" And she's like, "Oh my God, stop it." And I'm like, "What the fuck is happening? What? Huh?"
Also, okay, there's another thing there though that I feel like is almost like more crucial, which is that kind of kills the comedic edge of the rare but powerful drop when you do actually go,
I
bitch.
know.
Like,
I know. It's
because what if I drop that on Punch Bomb, it's for a very good punchline usually.
Oh, yeah.
And if you can't knock the legs out of that because it's a powerful one. You can't.
No, apparently it's all the time.
You use that too often, and then it spoils the actual good ones.
Paige in the chat says, Paige in the chat says, "I just thought he was always trying to be funny and edgy."
Yeah. Oh man.
Oh, that's also what with the baby using sign language and looking for mama. We have established that the human child understand words. So we are embarking on the clean it up arc of being a parent. Which may or may not be successful.
Okay.
Because you've hung out with me and Paige. We swear a little bit every now and then.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, look, everyone's got their way of going about it. I do think there's definitely, like, the way I was raised was, of course, like, you have your, like, the ramifications of saying a cuss was, like, you will be smoked down. But there's definitely, the level of, like, okay, it's just a little impolite, I suppose, if you're, dropping that in grandparent and teacher and stranger company or so. And I've heard different folks going about this in different ways. I've heard like comedians where it's like, okay, you can say this at home in your tent out in the backyard. You can go nuts.
No, listen, man. Wooly, you've worked with me for a long time. You've known Paige for a long time. The shit that we say for goofs cannot be repeated by a human baby. Like, we will get in so much fucking shit.
Right. Yeah.
Paige can't play Dead by Daylight anymore. Like, by the way, I should mention clarity. I do occasionally call Paige a bitch in the house for fun.
So here's what I was about to say is like, okay, so the misunderstanding now being the way it is, what you need to do is very, very sparingly, but when the bit is absolutely out at peak, emphasize, no key and peel. Say with your chest, bitch. What the fuck? You have to underline it now to make it very clear.
Just like look at my mouth.
Exactly. And when she returns fire, it needs to be equally as enunciated for maximum damage.
So the trick to the mental trick that I'm going to use to not swear around the baby, I'm turning it into a competition in my mind.
Okay.
Because babies learn swears. It happens, it's kind of unavoidable. But I can be certain that if I mentally categorize this as a competition, that the babies will learn my swears second. And thus I will have won.
I see. Okay, very important here. Between the both of y'all, do you cuss to your parents?
I cuss a little bit to my parents. We both cuss about the same amount to our parents.
Yeah, have you always, or did that only happen in adulthood?
No, that happened. I started to cuss towards my parents when I was like 16. Nothing crazy, but just...
And yeah, Paige, about the same kind of thing, I guess.
Yeah, about the same.
Yeah. Okay. I still have a no cuss filter on with my mom.
Well, yeah, because of the Lord.
Exactly, right? And with that comes the ability to always PG. So it's a very trained switch, that has never had a chance to take a break, I feel like this might be a melanated problem.
Oh, definitely. Definitely. So it's grand that you bring that up, Wooly. Specifically swearing with your parents. My mother-in-law is coming to visit us in the next couple of weeks.
Hey.
So this challenge is on.
Okay.
Because Paige learned much of her dialogue from her sweet mom. So we're all going to be on best behavior, lest we all be responsible for the first word being fuck balls or some shit.
In conclusion, upon the meeting, baby's first word, bitch.
Oh, that'd not be good.
What? He thought you were saying it the whole time. Yeah, no.
Yeah, because like this is going to be
but
the first time.
But you said Paige, though, right?
This is going to be the first time mother-in-law meets the baby. Right? It's going to be like, the big moment. Grandma's going to meet baby. Can't have the baby say fuck to grandma. That'd be...
That's not good.
There would be judgment on that. And that judgment would be legitimate. Also, we've already planned for it. Okay, the kid's going to eventually be 6 and 7 and 8 and 9, right? So they're going to go to a school, right? The ability to hide all of this horrible language from the child is going to rapidly disappear.
Yes.
Right?
Very, very quickly.
So we've already got the plan. So those are mommy and daddy words, blah, blah, blah. They're rude. Don't say it. They'll be polite. But when it does happen and we do get the phone call and we do have to go in, clueless. Must be that internet. I don't know. We'll have to ask around for his friends. That's crazy. Kids these days. Oh, I have no idea. Just play it clueless. Clueless. Have no idea.
Okay, the thing is though, and I mean, I know I'm way ahead on this, but like I want to make sure that like I have armed a child with a verbal salvo so that whenever shit comes at them, if people start dissing, if people start being disrespectful, if it gets to that, just that I want a verbal deconstruction capable child.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Ready to drop meet the Grahams if a kid ever acts up and starts
too much
talking
for
shit.
children. You can't. Come on.
No,
you can't do that.
No, but I want someone. I want to make sure that they know how to fucking hit the right notes in defense when needed.
We've also planned we also have the plan for if child getting bullied and child retaliates after, do the thing, tell them stop, tell a teacher, didn't work. Okay. Solve it. Right. Shame on you. Mrs. Smith saw you punch Billy. Shame on you. Bad child. Ooh, terrible. All right, let's get some ice cream.
Right. I mean, I want that like end of discussion to be like, hey, we were taught to use your words, so use your words, and then they use their words, and everyone goes, "Oh my God, don't use your words."
Yeah, I've had that. I've literally had that happen to me.
Holy shit, man! Just hit him. What the fuck? I'm a fan. All right.
Anyway, baby update. Finished.
Okay. Let's. What's going on this week?
I played Hades.
Okay. You start. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I'm not, dude. That was part 1 of my week. I haven't even gotten to the games I played. Hades 2 came out. It shadow dropped.
That was damn early access.
Fuck my whole shit up. I had plans.
It's going down.
So have you bought Hades yet, Wooly?
Yeah.
Did you read the store page very carefully?
No. Just bought it.
Well, I have something on the store page, a very interesting note that you should have read. So on the Hades 2 store page, it says early access, right? Why early access? We thought it would be, that blurb, right? Well, if you scroll down to how long it'll be, blah, blah, blah. How is the full version? Oh, here it is. What is in the current state of the early access version of Hades 2? Quote, Hades 2 in early access already has more environments, foes, and fully voiced characters than the full version of the original Hades game.
Jesus Christ.
But it isn't complete in key areas, characters, foes, narrative events, and systems are still to come. End quote.
Yo.
It does. It does.
Whoa.
So they actually said this out loud when they announced the game. They said, we don't want to bring it to early access until it has more than Hades does, right? And you and I talked about it on the podcast, and we both came to the conclusion that what they meant was more stuff than Hades 1 early access had. Mm-hmm. But no, they actually meant the other one. They meant it needs to have more than Hades 1 has right now.
Okay.
And it does.
Okay. So I have to assume that the way that they developed Hades 1, now with it being such a breakout success, their development strategy must have changed. They must have scaled up to be able to do that, right? Because originally, Supergiant was kind of rolling out this small team of rotating members, and it was always a background project that just had a small crew of people that were like coming in and then leaving and adding and contributing over a long period of time. But Hades has been so fucking successful that it's like I can see this easily becoming the priority and then getting a much bigger team dedicated to it, because like the original plan was essentially to develop in a lot of cases early access is not structured for that. Like there'll be a dev team at like full size, working for a particular push. But like it sounds the way that the first game was developed was like truly it stayed at that scale as they hit launch and as they hit 1.0. If they're doing that with this, that's an insane amount of time that they've been working on this, and I don't know like how early into the last one they would have started development. But if they're describing getting to this point in less than half the time it took them to do this on the first game, it must have changed their entire dev cycle.
Oh yeah. Also, they can reuse a lot of the tech.
Oh yeah,
from 1 to 2.
Right. So
okay,
much
long
more
and short
cash
of
to
it,
work with now too. Yes.
So I don't know how many levels are currently in, but there are people in my chat telling me they are fighting Kronos. They can get to the final boss. Like, it is not launching the way Hades did, where it was 1 floor, 2 floor, 3 floor, 4. It is launching. Here's most of the fucking game.
Here come the Furies, etc. Wow.
Here's most of the game, and you can see the little bits that they haven't finished. This character doesn't have a portrait. The upgrade thing doesn't have the art for the Arcana cards. It doesn't have all the weapons, but it has 4 weapons with 3 aspects each to start.
Okay. Now, is there anything to say that this is quote unquote early access? Like,
yeah, you can see holes.
Okay.
There are holes. Like you go into the keepsake menu, and they're literally all rings with a little A, B, C, D, E, F, G, like down the list. You get certain boons, and they don't have icons; they just have letters on them.
But it is feature complete.
Karen has a placeholder art, which is funny because he was in the first game and didn't. That kind of thing. I don't know about feature complete. I'm not going to say that, but like the skeleton of the game is fully there.
Okay.
And it's great. It's great.
I mean, I would fucking imagine.
It's great.
It's wild to think of like as much content as the original game's final state, but like placeholders. Like, it's just there's a lot of shit that needs to be like polished up, I guess, but like the breadth of the surface is like massively expansive.
Version 0.900 something. And it definitely feels like version 0.9. It feels almost done.
Okay.
When Hades came out early access, it was like, ooh, this is a little piece, right? This feels like the last patch before Hades is 1.0.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I think the Nix or whatever, the Nix update, I think, or something like that. Maybe I'm.
Yeah.
What is it only on Steam right now?
I don't know.
Okay.
I have no idea. I bought it on Steam.
Interesting.
It's gorgeous. It's fucking awesome. The music, the characters,
as expected.
I literally have a single complaint, and we can talk way more about Hades next week when you've gotten some time in on it. I assume you're gonna play. Oh yeah, you mentioned it.
Yeah.
One complaint. Some of the weapons just don't feel quite as good as Zag's.
Okay.
So right now there's the staff, the knives, the torch, and the axe. And I think there's a 5th one, but I don't know about it.
Legacy stuff there or no?
What's that?
Legacy weapons are there or no?
No.
Okay.
But they're just not quite punchy enough. They don't feel quite as perfect as Zag's weapons do.
Okay. Are there paths?
What's that?
Are there paths?
Oh, you mean the aspects?
Yeah.
Yeah, there are.
Okay.
And there's just so much like interesting shit like going on. Like Nemesis is there, and she has the aspect of the Nemesis as her sword, like the Zag sword aspect of the Nemesis.
Okay.
Like you run into Eris, which was one of the aspects of the Adamant Rail, and she has the Adamant Rail aspect of Eris on her. Like, of course she does.
Yeah, sick. Okay.
Because she's that weapon.
Cool. Okay.
All the boons got reworked and all that. The game has one of the features that I wasn't expecting at all. The game has a lot more story in it to like per run.
Mm-hmm.
So they've added a feature to make sure that you see it. If you're going too hard, and styling too well,
you don't miss anything.
a character will show up and fucking curse you as you go into a new area with a stacking debuff per room that makes it impossible to win that run.
Oh wow, okay. Because you're missing out on story and shit that's supposed to progressively occur.
Yeah, it is enemies do 20% more damage, and it stacks another 20% per room.
Yeah. Okay. Fuck you, absolute fuck you. You're
right.
Yeah, you're.
And I got to one at the end of one run in which I got to the end of a door, and Kronos said "fuck off" and just sent me right back to camp. I didn't even lose.
Okay.
They just said no, stop.
Okay. So yeah, I'm gonna be jumping in to try it out. Now I have done my, like, you know, I guess whatever post, like, like you beat it proper the first time and then you unlock your multiple runs
And then you beat it the 10 times.
Right. So I'm still working on my, true ending.
Well, so there's 3 in Hades 1. There's beat Hades once, there's beat Hades 9 more times, and then there is max out the affinity of every single god in Olympus.
Uh-huh.
That last one is not fucking worth it.
Okay.
As somebody who got it, it is not worth it.
Main point, get to your 10th ending.
Yeah.
And that's your point of your credits. Okay.
Yeah, because they show you credits and there's a song. And...
Okay. Well, I mean, I'm gonna jump in, to try this out and just sample it a little bit. But when it comes to my own time, I would want to go back and work on that.
Hades 2 is it's great. There's so many little things that pop up that are just massive fucking improvements. But the one that shows up the most is the way you had fishing in the original. And like you do a little ding and then maybe you go find a fish to get a fish out. There's like mining, there's gathering plants and farming.
Oh wow, a whole bunch of distracting shit.
And there's fishing, and there's a fourth one, I think. I forget what it is. But when you start your run, you have to pick which bonus one you want. You have to pick, do I want the pickaxe for mining or do I want the fishing rod for that? And one of the first upgrades in the game is when you finish the room and you hear that ding that says that there's a collectible, a gigantic white light will float off your character and point to the resource that is hidden on the map. So you don't do what I did over and over and over and over and over, which was forget that there was a fish to get.
Smart. Quality of life. Okay. Yeah.
It's great.
Yeah,
it's great.
I have other questions, but fuck it.
I have a big question, but no one I don't think can answer me, because you go to the pick your weapon area, and then you go down to doing the dungeon where you go down a set of steps to start the first level, and right next to it is a set of steps that goes up, and it says "Go up?" ? And it's sealed. And I don't know what the fuck that is.
Could be.
I don't know what the fuck that is. Okay, Gilroy Goldblood, fucking DM me on Twitter and tell me what it is. I don't give a shit.
Oh, the content is there. It's not for later. Okay. Up is in the game.
I am kind of expecting that Zagreus is in this game somewhere, either as a boss or as his moveset being integrated as a second character.
I mean, the cool sequel thing is to do the cool sequel thing.
Yeah, I want both. I want him to be a boss and to have his whole moveset come over.
Above. Yeah. Cool.
People are also thinking he might be a boon giver, which would be awesome.
To just chat. Yeah.
Someone DM me what Go Up is. I don't give a fuck.
Okay.
That game's incredible. Holy shit. I'm gonna play a bunch of that. Anyone who was hoping that I would play the whole game on stream is insane. I'll throw it into my streams at random, But that is an early morning couple of runs game. I also played Stellar Blade. Have you played Stellar Blade?
No. You dove in to the Shift Up cinematic universe.
So Shift Up, creators of Nikke, Goddess of Victory, the boobies.
Nikke is ass jiggles. I see that as more prominent.
Well, get ready for fucking Stellar Blade.
Yeah,
because it has the lowest angled camera I've ever seen as a default camera.
I think it's safe to say that Shift Up are hometown people. You know.
I think somebody in my chat nailed exactly what Stellar Blade was perfectly in a single line, which was imagine Nier Automata with a way worse story and much better gameplay. Much better. It's great.
Better.
It's really good. It is great. It plays real. Oh, that was Gene. That was Gene Park, friend of the show.
I was expecting, Nier at home, but serviceable and fine in all respects.
So the story is terrible. Terrible. Like, I don't even know what the monsters are.
Okay.
But it is a Sekiro like, and it has juice.
Okay.
Like everything feels great and plays great, and it's awesome.
And it's built on the shoulders of giants, therefore there's a lot of quality to
There's a lot of qualities to see.
Yeah. And to see and to implement, right? Like that's it. Okay. Interesting.
The music is stellar. It's great. I think it's the same person who did Nier's music. But yeah, god awful storyline. Just nonsense. You should probably check it out. Just because it's for gooning doesn't mean it's not also good.
Yeah, I was given that a thought at some point. It wasn't priority, but it was around, and I figure, maybe if I wait long enough, we can get the updated costumes or whatever. Anyways, I think the little like drone that follows you around or so, like, is that actually serving the exact same function as Nier as well? Like, is it like your little option that you can grab and hover on, and that you can?
No, it's just dude hanging out.
It doesn't fight.
I don't not yet.
Okay, all right.
He's just there. It plays like Sekiro, and it just the parrying feels really good. And it's just got that good. Oh, he becomes a gun? Okay, yeah, he becomes a gun then.
Okay.
So it is just pod. Yeah, also when you start playing it, you're like, wow, they ripped the fuck off of Nier Automata.
Yeah.
Like really bad.
Yeah.
Like crazy. It's like hilarious.
Yeah. Okay, but if you're having fun with the gameplay, all right, Korea.
You can make her ponytail short so you can see her butt better.
That's important.
That's in the options. All right, that's it for Pat's week.
Okay.
If you want to see more Pat stuff, go down to twitch.tv/PatStaresAt. This week is going to be more Crisis Core? That's wrong.
Oh.
Final Fantasy VII Rebirth.
I did catch
and Stellar Blade.
I did catch that. Yeah, Yoko Taro says, "Oh, he likes it better."
I forgot to mention the white spot.
Yes, that clip. I did see that.
You saw that clip, huh?
Oh boy!
VC has a restaurant called The White Spot, and it is actually what it sounds like. It is the spot for whites.
And nobody had any. No one raised a finger and said, "Hey, maybe." Okay.
Never.
Cool.
It's pretty good.
Like, because
that's the worst part.
Yeah, it actually tastes pretty good. Because, like, I mean, all I'm imagining is just like Like that's the name. Like that's the name we want to call the restaurant. And I'm just picturing like Rocco walking in from Mega 64, going, "Hey guys, I have a great idea," and everyone's like, "No, what? Actually, you know what? Yeah, I don't know what I was thinking."
So somebody in the chat points out, and I did not know this because I had so BC has ferries. They have boats that take you to like Vancouver Island, right? And some of those ferries have restaurants on them, right? And by restaurants, I mean restaurant. And apparently they're all white spots, which means that the British Columbia provincial government has enshrined the white spot as the food of choice for your boat ride.
Why no black spot? Rocco. Oh man. Well, I'm glad the eats are good. Was this I have Pat, I think I have the most crucial question.
All right, let's hear it.
About this, because as you've relayed, it's in fact historically was the Great White Spot of America, now named after that when, history has. When you had the food and looked around, was it in fact
No, it wasn't.
a white spot?
No, it wasn't. That's the funniest part. That's the funniest fucking part. When we went to the white spot, around us were Indian people.
Okay.
Some old white people.
Okay.
Some folks from South America.
Okay.
Some Native Americans.
Okay.
Like it was diverse. It was like legitimately diverse.
Okay.
There were only 6 white people in the whole place.
Because I mean, if the twist at the end of this arc about like West Coast politeness turns out that, well, it works for y'all. It's a real nice time as long as you look like you belong in the white spot.
No, everyone belongs in the white spot.
Then that would have been a real nice that would have been a nice little third act twist on.
It would have, but no, that
story.
Was the strangest part. That's what so originally Paige and I were like, the white spot sounds like cum. Like that's how it hit our brains. We're like, gross.
Correct.
Right. And then we were talking to somebody in our neighborhood, and they're like, actually, that place is pretty good. And we're like, really? They're like, yeah, no, it's pretty good. I'm like, okay. So the next time we pass by one, we're like, hey, why don't we go eat at the white spot? And we sat in there and we look around, and it is pretty diverse. Like there's a Native American couple sitting over there, right?
Okay.
And surely it must mean something else. No, it means exactly what it sounds like it means.
Okay.
It means exactly what it sounds like it means.
So what we have on our hands then is a good old case of Kimmy Schmidt, Washington football team owners just going like, yeah, we're sticking by our guns, god damn it. We're an institution.
While I was looking up on Wikipedia, it has changed owners like a bunch of times. So there were like at least 3 or 4 different opportunities over like a past 100 years to be like, maybe we can change it. And they were like, nah, man, that name is forever. Just keep it forever.
They're standing on business. They're holding on to there's a point to be made here. God damn it. Yeah. Okay. Well,
the price was good too. Like it was upsetting. It was like,
is this a franchise or is this kind of a?
Oh, it's all over the place.
It's all over the
man.
place. Okay, there's more than one. All right.
And like you're sitting there, you're like, that was really good. And then the bill came. We're like, wow, that was we ought to come back. Oh shit, should we? Yes, I think we will. But we'll check it out. Make sure that.
Did you get the bill with a little wink and a,
I did not.
And y'all come back now?
No.
Okay. All right.
I think the funniest thing is that when I posted that on Twitter, a shit ton of BC residents were like, I did not know that.
Okay.
They grew up here, and so they never thought about it even once. And I'm like,
I just realized you've got a great venue to begin your Kendrick Lamar journey.
oh.
I think you should start hitting up that discography. In particular. There's a couple of choice tracks that would be wonderful from one Mr. Lamar, from one K-Dot to drop while you're sitting in the white spot. I think they would enjoy the music. It'd be pretty good. I think it would be pretty good. Mm-hmm. Yep, good times. Yeah, perfect. It all works out. All right. Okay.
All right. Well, that took 3 hours and 43 minutes. Plus, there was a break in there to get to the news. Thank God there's only like 2 stories. Where do you want to start?
Where do you want to start? Okay. All right. Like, let's just.
Oh, you know what? Fuck it. Before we even go anywhere, X-Men titling their season finale "Tolerance is Extinction" is the fucking best episode title of anything ever. Amazing.
Okay. I have to catch up. I'm.
But that's the name of the episode, and it's fucking perfect.
That's powerful.
Back to news.
By the way, discovered something about that because I'm behind by a couple episodes. I like literally I'm back at 5 right after the fucking.
You have to.
I know
now.
It's been very hard. The schedule has gotten but I learned that apparently the writer of episode 5 knew somebody that was in the Pulse nightclub.
Ooh.
And it's like, oh my God, that
explains a lot.
That explains everything about how that fucking episode came to, like, holy shit, man, in my chest. Like, that's fucking like unbelievable. And that was what was brought deliberately, to that fucking script. Like, wow. And there's a whole thing about like, how that came to be and everything. It's insane that that's what they're doing with the hey guys, remember? Like
you gotta shut up and just watch it as soon as you finish this podcast.
Of course. Yes, I've been away. Okay. So, I might as well just go with the biggest things at the time in somewhat chronological order, but...
I don't even know what that is anymore.
Yeah, well, so fucking just, hey, man, is everyone enjoying their helldiving? Wait.
Wow, Helldivers, woo! It's feel good, the community, we're all in this together!
Stop helldiving, soldier.
What do you mean?
We need you to sign this.
Okay, well, that's kind of annoying, but I'll sign it. What is it?
It says here that if you live in just about every country on the planet, actually, that is not, I guess, like, the big, 10, 15? I don't know.
18.
18. There are 18 countries that you're allowed to play Helldivers in, and everywhere else can go fuck itself.
I don't understand.
Sony decided that the sickest thing to do at the peak of this game's success, its runaway darling, Helldivers 2, is to force people to sign up for a PSN account so that they can continue playing it on PC. And this was funny because when we brought this up the other day, didn't you kind of more or less
so this is actually really
exactly
stupid.
This?
So when I started playing Helldivers 2, it said a PlayStation account is required to play this game, but it had a big skip button. And I was like, I can't get through to make a PSN account or link it, right? So I don't want to, my exact phrasing was, I don't want to skip this and go forward and have it break on me later and fuck me out of Helldivers.
That's what it was.
And everyone said I was fucking stupid and crazy, and that made no sense.
I remember.
And I said, but I don't trust this because it says mandatory and then it says skip. And I people made fun of me for weeks on that because they were just like, just skip it. It doesn't matter. Well, guess what, dipshits? Sony disagreed.
So what was probably happening is you were looking at a developer implemented workaround to
it was the CEO of Arrowhead that implemented that
to a mandated message that Sony never wanted to be there, and then eventually that had to go. It was crazy because with this announcement came Arrowhead responding on Twitter, devs responding on Twitter being like, I can't play this game anymore. Like, what do I do? And they're like,
I don't know.
Right? And
I've never seen a partnered company publicly state, this isn't our decision. We literally don't know what you can do. So we're working on it, and it's not our decision.
So my understanding is that they said essentially let your voices be heard. Tell them that what you want.
One of their Discord moderators was like, listen, keep review bombing the game. So the game was being review bombed like I've never seen any game ever get review bombed.
And they themselves were like, yeah, we don't like this either. Do what you need to do.
We're arguing with Sony every day
to make the change occur. And so it got blown the fuck up and went into the overwhelmingly negatives over the course of 48 hours.
Which is the fastest ever.
Of course, right? Now, this would be really annoying and stupid and dumb if it were just putting an extra step of fuck you, sign up for our stupid shit. Anytime a game puts in use a Square Enix account, sign up for Uplay, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
Third party launchers on Steam, annoying shit, awful. And then
it's always annoying
and always future unfriendly, because when that shit falls apart later on, years down the line, because it's some stupid of the moment system, and then you can't use it anymore, then your game's going to have booting issues, DLC issues, and sometimes it just won't work because it can't access whatever shitty, stupid server got pulled offline years ago. But to then have it be and also, if you bought it, too fucking bad for you in the territory that you bought it in, is insane.
And here's where the problem shows up. So Steam starts refunding people who ask for it, no matter the playtime.
Yes. Right?
Steam, I believe it is Steam that delisted the game in all those territories.
You get...
Right?
Yeah, go ahead.
Because Steam is the seller, and Steam probably doesn't want literally hundreds of thousands of people buying the game only for it to not work and getting a lawsuit going.
That sounds
that's outrageous.
That
right?
sounds like a class fucking action, global assault, major order.
So what do we have? We have a situation where the game's getting review bombed into shit. It's literally are we talking about Kendrick and Drake? Or are we talking about Helldivers being a piece of shit? The reviews are bombing. Steam is pulling your game because Steam and I don't know what Steam and PlayStation's agreement is, but this can't be good for it.
And the instructions people are getting are literally okay, the first time you put in a refund request, it's going to automatically deny you because it'll see that you've had over 2 hours. Do it a second time, and then a human will see it, and they might grant it. But if they don't, it's still going through the automated process. Keep trying, and
which sucks for Steam's staff,
right?
And
eventually, when a human being sees it, and you write a message that says, "I've purchased a game that I can no longer play," they will refund you. But this is horrendous on the back end.
Here's where it really falls apart, and I feel like this is very specific to Helldivers, right? Lots of games have been fucked on or delisted or had region problems, and it's in a shit show and no one's happy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Helldivers 2 specifically trades on the fucking comrade emotion of we are all in this together. That is the specific ideological chest feeling emotion. And this was so damaging and so upsetting. So I don't have anybody in the region. I don't have anybody that I'm friends with that is in the regions that would have been affected, right? All the friends that I play Helldivers 2 with, they're all in Canada and the US.
I got a couple people in Grenada that can't play.
Okay, right? But I'm just saying, I don't have any, right? Mm-hmm. But it's such a massive fucking bummer that I was like, I kind of never want to play Helldivers ever again. Because when I play it, I'll just be overwhelmed with bad vibes of, oh, right, yeah, they cut out 90% of the world on this.
I don't have that, and I don't feel that because the fact that Sony was clearly forcing Arrowhead to do something they did not want to fucking do, and they were fighting back against it, is like, this is just the bullshit of the game when you work with a shitty someone who's making shitty decisions as a publisher for you, right? This is something that is, and like I saw a really great comparison point about how this is the benefit of working with a partnered AAA publisher and not being acquired by them, because this is similar to when Larian was working on Baldur's Gate and the whole licensing shit was going down with D&D, where they weren't affected by it because it's essentially like they're working on whatever they're working on that's unaffected by the larger decisions the shitty company is making. If you're in a position where they own your studio and you say anything like, yeah, keep actually review bombing because that'll
shut up, die,
that's the end of your company, or that's the end of the employees at the very least. Yeah, you're fucking fired, or the whole thing's shutting down. No matter what happens at that point, the game is gone regardless, but at least if you're just partnered with them, you can go your own separate ways versus the acquisition where that is the end of the entire thing and everyone's fired, you know? So, I know what you mean, but also, like, I'm always just aware that, yeah, there's always that possibility of the thing you like, the whatever, the Harmonix is making a good game, but here comes Activision, there's always the publisher getting in there and being the absolute worst pieces of shit every time. I can look at that and see that for what it is.
So I saw somebody in the chat just now say, Pat, don't blame the wrong people. And I saw other folks talking to me about that. Like, you're punishing Aerodiver when it's Sony's fault. And it's like, one, I really dislike the mention of when somebody goes, I don't want to watch this, I don't want to play this, I don't want to buy this. And go, well, you're punishing the wrong people. It's like, you don't owe anyone anything. You don't owe people your money for consumer products that you don't want. Like, and it's not about punishing anyone. It's about, I have an emotional connection to this game, and that emotional connection is now tainted. It makes me sad.
Yeah.
So I don't want to play it anymore.
Yeah. I mean, I specify here that, like I said, I don't feel what you've mentioned, but I mean, sure. That's that. Yeah. I get what you're saying. I think as well, and I said, I saw someone making reference to the fact that, like, apparently there was a update to the discourse where some people started going like, therefore now stop bringing this up / they reversed the decision so everything's okay again. So
not yet. It's not. Those countries are still delisted.
But and I'm like, I didn't see enough of that to know whether or not that was true or not. But they seem to be being like, why are people acting weird about the fact that, like, we're still calling this a shitty thing and not just going like, oh, everything's great now, erase it, the thing never happened. I don't. Again, I didn't see enough to verify that being actually real. But yeah, I just always am like prepared for dev to do thing and then to get fucked over by shitty publisher. There was a list I saw that was like, here is platforms where they don't even list the developer and they just list the publisher, right? PSN, can you see who made the game? No, but you can see who published it. Steam, you see both and there's a link, right? Like, there's like Nintendo, you don't see that. Like, there's a bunch of places where the dev is not even worth listing in the platform holder's eyes. So I'm just kind of going in expecting this, knowing what it's like as well, just thinking of the amount of times where being inside, the team and the people working on this are like screaming that, like, the thing that they fucking are working on is just being ruined by this shitty, whatever, shitty decision. But yeah, it got reversed over, I guess, 3 days after that, and so now I think
the reversal changes haven't come in yet, though. It's still delisted in those countries.
Okay, just the announcement of the back down. Well, people have refunded, and that's done damage. The review bombing has been, again, like, spiked into the negatives, and I know that there's a, like, campaign on the subreddit and such for people to, like, try to fix the reviews. I think they need to turn that shit into a fucking cape.
Have you seen the designs people have been making?
No.
It's like blue background with like the 4 red lines of the negative reviews.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Oh, they are?
Interesting.
They are turning it into a cape?
They announced for real. That's hilarious. That's amazing. That's really funny.
It's great.
That's pretty funny. Yeah, I think that the whole like, hey, let's reverse gears on this type of thing. Well, it's interesting to see that like review bombing led to like an outcome of this nature, because like there's so many instances where it ends up being like, I don't know, questionably unjustified. In this particular instance, I think what they did represents part of the history of this game, and thus stands to reason that it should exist as a part of, you know what I mean? Like the reviews, and like this happened. Like pretending it didn't happen sucks. I don't like that. The state of the game currently being fixed, like, should be reflected, but there shouldn't be nothing ever went wrong. It's fine. You know?
Yeah, no, instead they're going to immortalize it. I have a tweet from the fucking CEO saying the team is just thinking about a good name for the cape right now.
Okay.
No pretending this didn't happen.
Interesting. This only worked because Arrowhead were pushing for this directly to Sony. Review bombing without that key factor.
Oh yeah, no, the fact that they were like somewhat independent is absolutely a core element. If they were not independent, if they were a fully owned subsidiary, no.
Yeah. So, and then, you know, just combine that with the, like, again, every single recent acquisition-based explosion that we've been discussing, and it's like, yeah, it seems pretty
it's so fucking stupid, because like Sony just spent like you remember we're spending $1 billion to do live service, and that included buying Bungie and then supporting Bungie as Bungie laid off all their shit and working here and there, and like here's the live service fucking golden goose, kind of by accident. Here it is, it's for you, everyone's talking about it. It's oh yeah, couldn't
resist. Too much money on the table. We can force them over. Yep. Like, I would even hate but understand the sign up for PSN and get a special cape.
Dude, people have been talking about that for weeks. Why wasn't that the fucking thing? Sign up, get a cape. Like, you'd get everyone that could make a PSN account.
It's so stupid.
You would get everybody.
Yes, and then what would happen is, well, here's the thing. This story would be, there are over 100 countries that can't access these cosmetics. That sucks. Right?
Bummer.
That would be the story. And it would be like, what? Like, that's a shitty element. But like, that's still infinitely better.
Cover it on the podcast, man.
Than what we fucking have at this. It's crazy, you know. But just like, yes, positive reinforcement as opposed to just greed and bullshit. But whatever, we know it's the same.
So you know what it was, right? It was like the people who are responsible for stealing user data out of your PSN account.
Sure.
Who have nothing to do with Arrowhead or Helldivers. They're like, well, let me get in on this.
Yeah, mouth drooling, licking their chops.
And also, my department isn't the part that does third-party relations, so I don't give a fuck what happens over there.
We have a massive interest spike. We have a golden goose that's been developed. Cut that shit open. Get the eggs faster. Get the eggs faster. Yeah.
If you cut open the goose's stomach to get the eggs, you can get many eggs right now. Well, the goose will be dead. Well, that's a problem for next quarter. Hey, I gotta take a quick break. I'll be right back.
Right. So,
Well, Sony backed down. That's good.
yes, they did.
How's the other video game companies doing? I hear Nintendo's doing really well.
Switch 2 news is going to be coming. Is going to be coming a couple months. Sorry for those of you who are under the impression that we are currently buckless. I am bucked up. You just can't see Buc-ee in front of.
Oh my fucking god! Are you switching outfits every time?
Yes.
How many Buc-ee's fucking?
We are still bucked up. God damn it! What the fuck you think this is?
You're sick.
All right, you know I goddamn right I am. Yeah. So hey, Switch 2 news officially confirmed. Don't worry, shareholders, we got that coming your way.
So fucking chill.
Yep.
Hey guys, we're gonna talk about the Switch 2. It won't be the next Nintendo Direct, but it'll probably be the one after it.
Like the worst kept secret in video games right now. They kind of just went, all right, let's just stop playing games. And at least if we're going to have this rumor flying around, let's capitalize for investors, right? So
well, the other thing is that they were like, also the Switch 2 is like, we're calling it the next model of Switch. It's basically the Switch, but newer. Like just so blunt and obvious.
2025. We'll find out, not this year, but by then or so. So, sure. That's great. That's all fine and dandy. Fucking just Microsoft, everyone actually, right? So yeah, we have our Sony story. Here's our Nintendo story. All right, what's going on?
Also, Nintendo has made more money with the Switch than the entire history of Nintendo as a company combined.
That is fucking nuts. I have not heard that.
Yeah, they put out the data. They have made more money on the Switch than the 100-year history of the company combined.
Wow. Slightly more profitable than Hanafuda cards, huh?
Slightly.
Okay. Holy shit, that's insane. Well, anyway, I don't know, man. There's no clever fucking bit. Hi-Fi Rush is dead, and it's like you get one nice thing, and that's all you're allowed to have.
So let's start from the beginning. Microsoft announced today that Tango Gameworks, Arkane Austin, and then Alpha Dog. God, what's it called? I screwed up the names on these earlier, which is unfortunate.
Arkane Austin, who developed Redfall, Hi-Fi Rush developer Tango Gameworks, Bethesda Cuts, and
Alpha Dog Games, and there's a fourth one.
Roundhouse Studios.
All right, so here's the really fun thing. Okay, so let's start. So Matt Booty puts out a statement that says he's the face of this, who goes, hey, we're shutting these things down. So first of all, he calls it Alpha Dog Studios when the actual studio is called Alpha Dog Games. This is of note because Alpha Dog Studios is a fursuit company. He then calls Roundhouse he calls it Roundhouse Games
when it's Roundhouse
when the
Studios.
studio is actually called Roundhouse Studios.
Yes.
He then goes on to say, well, don't worry, there's lots of DLC coming, and lists Elder Scrolls Online The Golden Road, which is not the name of that expansion. It's called The Gold Road. So, like, this mass firing is being perpetrated by people who literally don't even know your name.
I'm tweeting. I can't even look at the paper the email in front of me to get it together. Just fucking holy shit. Yeah.
So a Hi-Fi Rush. You remember when they shadow dropped Hi-Fi Rush and we're like, we're super happy with Hi-Fi Rush. Mm-hmm. And we're like, wow, they sent that game out to die. We now like this with the closing down of Tango. It's actually very clear that the shadow drop, which they played off like a big smart move, was actually they just didn't want to pay for any marketing and they sent that game out to die. and then it didn't die.
It was insanely successful by word of mouth.
And that was like disappointing because they wanted it to just die.
So now you have to wonder, right? Now you have to go back and go, all right. So
those games haven't even been ported to the fucking platforms they announced it to get ported to.
So you have to go back and think on things and go like, is this a situation where the success is like, it's like, God damn it, we were hoping for that loss to make up for, like basically like, is there an amount that like a tax cut would have worked in their benefit? Is there an amount that it would have compensated for on the earnings report of like the overall losses?
So here's my gut. So I'm not a businessman. I'm not a business major. I don't know anything about business, but I do know video game shitbag CEOs. What I believe was occurring was they never thought they'd make their money back on Hi-Fi Rush, right? So they didn't want to pay for any marketing. And they were planning to cut Tango Gameworks in the future to help pay for the Activision Blizzard merger shit, right? Because they were expecting that to go through. But if Hi-Fi Rush had bombed horribly, then they would, that studio's not performing very well. Yeah, it's an unfortunate cut. But that's not what happened.
That's not what happened.
They actually performed super good. So they're cutting a profitable studio to pay for the Activision Blizzard merger for no reason.
Unfortunately, springtime for Hitler in Germany, did not quite flop the way they were hoping it would.
Yeah. What happened to Tango Gameworks is tragic. What happened to Arkane Austin is in some ways even more tragic.
So they survived, and because they're working on Blade.
No. Arkane Austin didn't.
Arkane Lyon.
Arkane Lyon, which is the France studio, the primary Arkane studio. They're working on Blade. But here's the thing. Arkane Austin was told by Microsoft after purchase, make Redfall. And they were like, we don't want to. I don't know if you remember seeing interviews with people. They literally did not want to. And people like left the project because they did not want to make Redfall, because that company did not want to make Redfall. And then it was forced out the door 6 months early. And then it horribly fucking bombed. And they're like, oh, look them, the fucking shitheaded studio. Oh, bad. And they killed them.
So
like they were literally forced into a fucking off a cliff.
And I'm seeing that so it's ending development, and they're going to keep the servers on and provide a make good offer for people who just purchased DLC, that hero DLC for it. But yeah, I think like it's just, of course, this relates to what we were just touching on a bit earlier, but acquisition is just the worst possible outcome for any of these smaller studios. It's always a thought that like, okay, you get this much money, you get this much coverage, you get this much protection, you'll be able to work on you get a guaranteed like funding for multiple projects. You can handle a particular IP and go years with it or whatever the case is. But
Hi-Fi Rush won a BAFTA award last month.
Fucking whatever, right? But in that loss of your independence and your ability to walk away from a deal, you just have this like, yeah, you are now a liability. You'll be shut down. Whatever it can be saved or salvaged from that, will be stripped. And if your closure can result in like a debt offset elsewhere in this larger company, then that's what it becomes. It becomes part of the equation.
So,
like,
do you remember
the entire Embracer bit?
Do you remember in 2014 when Microsoft showed off Phantom Dust as a CG trailer? And then they told everyone how awesome that game was going to be, and the dev team was like, that's crazy because we didn't know anything about that CG trailer. And then it came out that they had actually canceled the game 6 months before E3 and just never told the studio to stop working on it.
Dark
and
Stalkers
the CG
is
trailer
not dead.
The CG trailer had been like bought to show that they had games at E3. Then everyone got fired because they were told to make like a single player, but then they wasn't part of the budget, but then they never gave them any money, so they just fucking killed that studio for nothing. And then Scalebound happened and all that shit. And do you remember us having like a really long conversation in which we were like, you should not let your company get bought by Microsoft, because Microsoft will just kill your company for nothing. Like they won't even wait for you to ship a game before killing you. Right?
I remember when I think it was actually it might have been like Oda at SNK who was talking about the Samurai Showdown getting exclusivity bought on Epic Game Store, and we were just describing how, you know, a lot of games that we were that were like getting exclusivity were just being paid for by, like, you know, hundreds of thousands of copies early on and stuff. And anyway, all this is just to say that he kind of said something in the interview where he's kind of saying, like, there's essentially, for small studios, there actually literally is a thing that is an offer you can't refuse. You know, and
which is the offer that keeps the lights on.
The one that keeps the fucking lights on. And like, unless you are an independently wealthy creator of a company that is like, this is my passion project, I don't give a fuck, and I'm in a weird exception, in most cases, you and the studio of people you're working with can get an offer that is like the ability to, again, keep the lights on for whatever determined amount of time that is more of a guarantee than anything you've had before. You can't say no to that. And
I see some folks in the chat describing that Microsoft has shut down more studios than they have shipped games in the past year.
That's wild. If that's actually the stat, man.
So
on the back end of this fucking generation too, with Microsoft.
What do we have now? So I've been talking about it on social media, and I was like, oh, Obsidian has 18 months to live, because Avowed isn't going to do Skyrim numbers. It's just not, because Microsoft owns Obsidian now. So these companies are dying for two reasons, right? Reason number one, that Activision Blizzard shit was really expensive. It was very expensive. And of course, Call of Duty will make them infinity dollars. So, reason two.
Ninja Theory's next. Please say psych.
Reason two is that buying Bethesda was really expensive, but that's okay, because Starfield is going to make so much money.
Yeah. Okay. So, Todd Howard reckons he knows why Starfield was so divisive. It was going to make so much money, but it turns out that it was too different from what they've been doing in the past.
No.
Some players just prefer the way it's done in Fallout or Elder Scrolls.
Yes, by done good instead of not good.
We've seen a lot of players saying, this is what I want out of a Bethesda game, to explore the world a certain way, and Starfield didn't give me that. I prefer the way it's done in Fallout or Elder Scrolls.
Yes, as in good instead of bad. Listen, man, I think I talked about this a couple weeks after I did that stream for Starfield, and I said, you know how I know that they know Starfield wasn't as good as Skyrim or Fallout? You didn't have to pay me to tell you to play Skyrim or Fallout, but they sure did for Starfield.
Yeah. Again, I outside looking in at this, I'm very, I guess I'm confused, I suppose, because again, like when I'm trying to figure out like what the defining qualities and traits are of the way of the way Bethesda games are handled. There's a lot of question marks, but if the answer is we were too bold in our choices, and the takeaway is just I can't remember what the missions are. I can't remember what the first couple hours of this game were. It's literally just, it's too boring to recall. I don't like. I don't know. Is there anything? Is there anything about this game or this style? Like, is there like a what? I still am sitting here going, what is it like? What do you do? What?
I mean, just go play New Vegas or Skyrim, and you can answer that for yourself. Don't play Starfield instead. It's exploring a gigantic open space and world that is fully realized, and you do shooty gameplay or stabby gameplay in it.
Right.
So I know a couple people at Bethesda, like main Bethesda, and they are fucking freaked out by this shit. The tone that I am receiving from people I am talking to is everyone feels like they are one bomb away from losing their jobs.
Sounds about right. Yeah.
Which I think is accurate.
Mm-hmm. Without getting into specifics or so, I've just that's a sentiment. People that I know in the industry currently are working on or have been dealing with like more and more, I guess, let's say like desperate pitches from IPs and like the tolerance for
anything less than gangbusters
is insurmountable. It's more than it's ever been.
Meanwhile, Steam and Nintendo, I think that Sony and Microsoft's actions this week are kind of a perfect mirror of something that I've been saying literally as long as I have ever been in this, which is this is an industry of failure, and the winner is just the person who fails the less hardest. Like, Sony did one of the stupidest things we've ever seen in the industry and walked it back, and it was still a massive fuck up. But don't worry, here fucking come Microsoft.
Before the trip over dick into faceplant can complete itself.
Okay, let's seriously, let's think about this. Microsoft says they're not going third party because they want the best place to play games is on an Xbox. What games?
Yeah. There's a particular
Activision Blizzard games? Dude, Microsoft, the game division of Microsoft is just going to become Activision Blizzard.
There's a particularly weird version of how the industry is like getting rocked right now, where when this has happened in cyclical ways from major publishers kind of fucking things up or like major deals falling through and leading to mass firings and such, right now there's a whole thing of like, okay, I don't feel secure where I am, I got to figure out what the next type of move should be if I make one and such. But the idea of I don't know which one of these fucking lily pads is safe to jump on has never been higher, right?
I'll go work for Nintendo. Well, no, Nintendo's fucking full.
It's like it's never been more uncertain, where you, even if you have a qualified resume and a very clear like track record of, oh yeah, you know what the fuck you're doing, anyone would hire you. You're gonna crush it on whatever project, even with like, again, an accomplished, a CV, you don't know where to step because it's all fucking landmines. The tripping over your dick while your opponent stands still and then they win by default has
hold on,
never been more apt.
There's a different angle here.
Okay.
There's a different angle about these Microsoft layoffs. This is from noted human enema Mike Ybarra over at Activision Blizzard King. I see a lot of shots. This is a quote. I see a lot of shots at Phil over today's Xbox announcements. I get it. But knowing him as a human, I know this hurts him as much as anyone else. I can't speak for all the leadership there, but I do know him, and I do know what he is likely going through. I'm not going to read the rest of this fucking crap. Remember, this is the guy who says you should tip the game company.
I guess that sadness will translate to only single digit bonus increases instead of double this year.
CEO of Blizzard, company so awful that we covered their sex abuse shit for like a full year and a half, says, "Don't be mean to Phil. Don't be mean, Phil."
Yeah. The shape of 2024 on this industry is going to be unlike any other previous year for sure. I don't know where or what this looks like come next year, but
I feel like we're heading towards a crash for Microsoft and some other companies like Embracer and all that.
Like
you can only cut so many times.
You can. But there's also that thing where you're like, if there's a lot of talented people that can and have the ability to get together and do indie things, then like you kind of see, that there's always the possibility of that kind of renaissance of sorts. But it's like, I don't know, man. Like,
I don't mean you pull crash of the whole industry.
Because
Nintendo was right there.
They are.
They're fine. they're better than ever.
Everybody,
but like, I mean, Western AAA.
I got it.
Oh yeah.
Everybody, go apply to start working at Balatro. Just everybody go work on Balatro. That's the future. It's just that'll cover it all. It'll take the whole industry on its back.
I've been seeing a lot of people talk about Microsoft, and it's very obvious that like that company has literally never known what they were doing ever. RE4, nah. Genshin, Spider-Man, motion controls. I did not know this until today. That the guy who owned the patent for motion controls went for the Wii, went to Xbox first, then Sony. And what happened is the guys at Xbox were so rude to him, someone had to come over to him and apologize and be like, "I'm sorry, we really shouldn't be talking to people like this." Then he went to talk to Sony, and he had a meeting in which Crazy Ken wouldn't open his eyes during the meeting. He just kept his eyes closed while he made his pitch. And then he went over to Nintendo, and they're like, "Yeah, we'll buy that patent off you for motion controls."
Man. like toddlers. Yeah, that's pretty fucking incredible. If the end result of all of this is that like AAA is as a whole is irreparably damaged, then I guess that might be a silver lining that forces other things that are not AAA to exist, and it forces a correction of that nature. It's just I can't see that happening without there being even more layoffs, even more closures, and even more fucking announcements and statements like this from CEOs at the same time,
Like Call of Duty is huge, right? We all agree Call of Duty is very big game, right? I genuinely foresee Microsoft closing down Obsidian, and in the next console cycle we have a situation for like, well, what's Microsoft actually do? They put out Call of Duty, and like Microsoft is like absorbing like Activision Blizzard, but Activision Blizzard is like becoming the head, and it's just Activision Blizzard with a Microsoft logo on their chest.
Yeah. All right. Well, yeah. Again, the dust will settle for the next 12 months. Let's see what happens.
Also, while deciding to fire everyone, Phil Spencer played over 900 hours of games last year.
That's sick. That fucking rules. I hope that JoJo and all the amazing folks that made Hi-Fi Rush like find a way to fucking work somewhere that can fucking actually support your creative decisions and you know, yeah, I hope that you land on your feet, guys. Like that, you made an incredible game. It came out of nowhere. It against all odds, fucking word of mouth spread. We all saw it, and it was one of my favorites.
You know what the best part about all this is, considering the two companies we just talked about? The CEO of Arrowhead, after all the Sony shit, looked at looked at Tango, and was like, why didn't they just divest them of the company and let them go? Why even bother closing them down? It's like, oh, well, you have to destroy them so that nobody else can work with them. We don't want them, but nobody else can have them either.
Like that's the thing is like, there's only been so few instances of like this a company buying back their independence, you know, that like whenever we report on it, like I feel like it's just the extreme minority. And yeah, and I always do wonder about that. And I just assume they don't have enough outside, you know, either fucking venture capital or, you know, whatever liquid they have. Like they don't have enough to support that buyback of their
No, dude, they have to destroy all the donuts so the homeless people don't get them.
Pour the bleach. Right. So anyway, beyond those fun across the board for all major publishers there.
Oh, hey, yeah. Only good news now. By the way, don't let Infiltration come back into fucking fighting games. He's trying to come back.
I didn't see what's going on.
Fuck that dude.
What happened?
Oh, he made a big tweet begging Capcom to let him come back.
Oh, okay.
And people are like, didn't you fucking admit in court that you fucking beat women? And he's like, fighting games.
Yeah, okay. Fair. Fair. In the meantime, and I can only fucking I love that we are in an era where you can with enough like burning vigor in your soul, Maximilian can just straight up fix Marvel vs. Capcom 3.
I'm gonna fix it. Fuck it.
And then he's like, okay, we've got the mods. We've gotten slots. We've gotten modded characters. We're updating it. The new additions are there. We found ways to get all kinds of crazy new shit into those games. Time to turn our gaze over to Infinite. And with the help of Wistful Hopes, who has been doing unbelievable modding work for Marvel 3 and like, again, has been responsible for getting, you know, just when you saw like wild ass shit like, hey, there's Goku and Strive, shit like that. You're seeing a new art style for Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite. They've been working on, and it's fucking amazing. It looks so good. It's like upsettingly good.
It's crazy that I feel like Capcom should have done that maybe.
Yeah, well, you know, it's hard though. So Marvel.
No, it's not. They know. They know how.
It's hard to put an X-Men in. Don't do it.
You're telling me you shut. No.
X-Men are
how
hard.
Many people are even working on this? Is it literally just Wistful Hopes?
It is just Rin. It is
then
just.
Shut up. You could have done it. I'm sure they're really, really talented and hardworking.
Yes, no,
but
like make no mistake, right? There's, you know, we talk about like the one dude that did the swinging in Spider-Man 2. You know, it's like having one beast on your dev team can go a long way, but regardless, like
Capcom has beasts. They are a big, successful, talented company that is like 40 years old in this business. They have them.
If you go over to Wistful Hopes on Twitter, you can see some of the screenshots of how this project is coming along. And it is not just making Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite look like not embarrassing or even like fixing it. It looks great. It's making it look like the best Marvel vs. Capcom game ever. Like the screenshots and like there's been updates where They've updated motion blur. They've changed details about the lighting so that like shadows can be lit in a completely different way.
I have completely changed how shadows work in the game.
I mean, it's just, and you're seeing the difference in the screenshots of like some of these supers: Spider-Man, Venom, Ryu. Like Ryu, and like it looks perfect. It resembles the artwork that you would see in any fucking art book for Marvel versus Capcom. Like yeah. So shout outs to Max for just bankrolling his dreams into reality here, and Infinite is the one that played really well, but was just an absolute nightmare to look at. And here comes this mod. So we'll see how this goes. In addition to, like, we didn't even need this because like Marvel 3 Community Edition was like all the hopes and dreams already. But yeah, fuck it. Why not? Why not make this look incredible too? That's dope. And then beyond that, there's a couple things. We had some Akuma news has been popping in as people have gotten their hands on that build, and not just updates about Akuma and how he plays in Street Fighter 6, but the actual balance patch for Street Fighter 6. The full version is not accessible, but there's a lot of reports coming in for changes across the board for the overall play. We don't have to go point by point through it, but
yeah, fuck it. Jamie's HP palm is safe on block. I'm gonna fucking shit my pants if that's true.
The biggest overall system changes are that every level 2 now, while active, cannot allow you to build back meter as aggressively as it could. So anyone that had a level 2 that was a utility, like an install, Blanca, any of the JP stuff and Chun-Li as well, you just now don't build back up all that meter while hitting, and then you can just do the level 2 again and again and again and again. So that's the big one.
That makes sense.
Yeah, and then the second one is drive reversal, aka the alpha counter, the while you're blocking you can knock them away from you move, has been drastically changed. So one, it's now something that you can do universally while you're getting up from the ground. You just hold the input forward plus I think 2 heavies, and then you'll just do it right away as early as possible, giving everyone effectively a universal like reversal. So
I would like to leave this bad situation in the corner, please. Is there a universal input I can do for that?
So throw loops was a big part of the game. You could walk up to someone and just keep looping that throw. And instead of just like saying like taking them out or making it so that it was they nerfed it so that you can't do it from a back throw off of a parry as much. But now you just can do this universal wake up, get off me, I'm unthrowable for this one hit, and get out of a throw loop. The other thing that it does is that it's a little bit safer. So you can't quite do the type of punish you could do in the past. So it's went from -8 to -6, which again, we don't have to get into the nitty gritty on it, but it's essentially a major new option being added to the game where, everyone has a reversal now. Everyone has a way out if you guess correctly and you spend some resources. So that's interesting. And it's an interesting way of dealing with things like, like we're not taking the throw loop out, but we're giving you a way to spend a resource to get out of it. But you can still eat it if you fuck up or if you don't have the resources, So they're definitely tweaking the game in a way that is like still respecting the fact that it's like, this is the most balanced Street Fighter has ever launched. We're gonna make a couple of tweaks here and there, but they're being pretty conservative so far and killing like an overall play style across the board, which is like infinite level 2 regenning, And then second, a lot of 2x KO footage has been coming out, and people have been getting hands on with that.
Yeah. And excited to have that brick your fucking computer.
A lot of footage, of Ilaoi doing cool shit that seems really dope, and I'm like, oh man, I can't wait to use the big strong girl. She's got a weird tentacle pot. However, it is a Riot game, and all Riot games use Vanguard, don't they?
They do. That's their anti-cheat. It's a kernel level. It loads up when you start your computer.
And was that tweet the first thing?
I believe it was.
Okay.
It's like, well, if you were running a virtual machine, it would just catch you in a straight up fucking boot loop forever.
So yeah, a tweet came out that says Vanguard is literally bricking PCs.
Yep. Hey, remember all that shit people were going nuts about? Like, don't let kernel level anti-cheat on your computer that starts with the PC because you don't know if it'll. Oh yeah, no, there it is. It finally happened. Yep, no, it's fucked. It's fucked. It's breaking people's computer.
Riot says no confirmation. Nuh-uh. Totally not happening.
Well, GeForce says, yeah, it is actually, because GeForce Now no longer works for Riot Games.
Ruh-roh. So yeah, I just saw what I saw was the tweet that was just like, here's the uninstall option. Do this immediately. Do not risk it. Yeah, no, Riot's doubling down on it, basically saying no, that's not the issue. So basically, there was a patch that dropped for League of Legends, and that was last Tuesday, and so it's so yeah. How does this like this happens because they're basically they're pulling out.
So okay, I'll just skip ahead a bunch. So you install it, and then it installs Vanguard, and it says please restart your computer so that Vanguard can start alongside your computer and have like level 0 permissions to make sure that you don't cheat. But they put out an update for Vanguard where it would start and it would recognize System32 files as dangerous and disable them during your boot, which would cause you to enter into a boot loop forever. And the solution for some people was a downgrade to Windows 10, maybe.
That's fucking crazy. And this and there and was there's you mentioned it, but like I feel like I saw a tweet mentioning something about the video cards and like it's the fact that they no longer were working.
So GeForce Now is GeForce's streaming service to play games,
and the update had something to do with that.
Oh yeah, because Vanguard means that GeForce Now no longer works because I think it's not compatible with GeForce Now's technology. Like because all of that streaming stuff is a PC somewhere that plays the game and then sends it to you. Well, It doesn't work on those fucking computers, probably because they're running multiple instances of virtual machines.
Okay, yeah. I was trying to get the gist of the story. And the worst part is they're still cheaters. Are you fucking kidding me?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Oh my god. Oh god damn it. All right. Yeah. Cool. Man. Yeah, I guess 2X
Play Project L on your
2XKO consoles. Can't wait. Let's find out what the lag situation is. Let's find out if the PC version has less lag.
I don't think it'll matter if the risk is destroy your computer.
Yes. But I just to know, just to know what we're dealing with here. Looks like it's time to fucking console up for 2XKO. Boy. All right. Being forced to not be able to play League of Legends because you bricked your computer is a positive thing.
It is a sign, is what it is.
We are wrong. That is true. This is good, actually.
I saw a funny TikTok of a guy streaming League, and he was like, League is so toxic, and someone in his chat said, League's not that toxic, it's just people enacting drama. So he decides to go into chat and go, hey, everyone, good game. And somebody just immediately responds with, go kill yourself, blank, 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 blank.
For sure.
And it's like, yeah, no, it's like the worst thing ever. It's crazy. The console versions of these games are going to be like fucking like League of Legends Wild Rift coming to consoles. Hey, guess what? You won't be able to talk to people in that. So that's like a way better game by default.
Ping system and gestures.
Oh, who even gives a shit? It doesn't even matter. Like it doesn't even matter.
Life finds a way, man. They'll find a way. All right, let's take some letters.
Hey, if you want to send in a letter, send it to castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com. That's castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com. Please keep it brief so we can read it more easily and get to answering.
You're gonna have to give me your hat size as well, Pat, so that I can get your.
What the fuck is going on with the hat thing?
So,
I've been seeing it all week, and I've been afraid to say anything because I don't know what the deal with the fucking hat is, and I don't want to step on anybody's fucking toes. Like, I haven't even retweeted any of the photos because I don't know what the fuck it means.
Your koofies in the mail. That's all you need to know. Don't worry about it.
Someone explain to me what the hat is.
It means you're in. That's all you need to know. It means you're in. All right. For the
okay. I don't get it.
For the culture.
Someone will tell me one day. I got a big fucking head though, actually, so it's tough.
Oh,
you wouldn't think, but I have a big fucking head.
It's fine. We're just. That's no. I'll pull out, but I will say that there is a there's.
Just get it out of your fucking mouth.
I'm just saying, like, there is a side hustle, there's a side stream to be made if you want to just hit up a street corner and start speaking the good word to the people that walk by.
Shit.
I'm
not doing that shit.
As people walk by, you can let them know what the real deal is. There's,
I'm not doing none of that.
Just stand on that soapbox and tell that poor white kid to clean your slippers, All right.
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
We got one coming in. Here, let's just keep it simple and clean. Prism says, Dear Jean-Luc Boivin and Darlington Madden, in the original Blair Witch Project, much of the scary shit and interpersonal tension was genuine, as the director actually dropped the actors off in the woods and told them to fuck with each other. Basically,
yeah, and then they fucked with them. All those sounds at night, it's all the director and the cast doing weird, goofy shit.
Basically, the cast would try to piss each other off on purpose while the crew would stalk them and scare the shit out of them. Apparently, the final shot is just some figure in the corner. Was actually unintentional. The actress holding the camera dropped it and missed the shot intended by the director, which was supposedly some bullshit cliche spooky witch lady. Had everything gone as planned, the film would have probably never been as influential as it was, and the found footage genre may not have taken off. What can you think of are some great examples of the intended version of something being worse than the compromised or improvised version that ended up happening? So
you ever see the studio fucking ending to Paranormal Activity?
I might have. If it was a bonus feature, I might have, but I don't remember.
So the studio, there's two versions of the end of Paranormal Activity. There's the original version, and then there's the studio version. And the studio version is so bad. Oh my god, dude!
I feel like I watched the bonus and forgot what it was.
So the studio version is the one that played in theaters. It's the one where at the very end, the girl gets possessed and is like flies towards the camera like a monster.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
And in the I'm gonna spoil the end of Paranormal Activity, by the way. And in the original ending that the director wanted, right? She just gets up and goes downstairs. And then the husband goes, oh, yeah, that's weird. She's not in the bedroom, and goes downstairs. And then you just hear screaming and screaming and screaming and silence. And then you see the tape skip forward to like daytime, and then you hear cops entering the building and yelling at her to get down.
Right. Yes. Okay, I remember now. Yeah. Okay.
And it's way
so
better.
much more effective. Yeah. I mean, there's a couple of classic ones. I feel like I've brought it up many times, but Hans Gruber, right? The release. I mean, Die Hard stunt coordinator is like at the end of Die Hard is got Alan Rickman, and he goes, "Okay, I'm gonna let you go on the count of 5. All right, 5, 4, and then lets him go."
And so that Alan Rickman face of is real.
Yeah, he is absolutely terrified because it's like, you, what the fuck? He was prepared for 5 seconds. You gave him 2. Dropped early. It's great.
No, I don't want acting. I want fear.
Obviously, fucking Harrison Ford with the
with dysentery or whatever the fuck he had. He had the shits.
Oh no, I was just gonna say the "I love you, I know."
Oh, I was thinking of when he was shitting his pants in Indiana Jones, and he's like, "Can we just skip this whole scene?"
Fuck this shot. Yeah. That too, right? So that's 2 good ones there.
You know what? I think I can think of one that is probably the most famous, ultimate serendipitous mistake in a film. In Midnight Cowboy,
I'm walking here.
When Dustin Hoffman and his co-host, co-actor are walking through New York City, there's a taxi that ignored the film shooting and actually damn near runs them over for real. And Dustin Hoffman go, walking here is real.
It's super
He's
real.
Furious.
and it just works into the scene. There's in Fellowship of the Ring.
Oh fuck this!
Yeah, Aragorn like kicks a helmet, you know, and during at one point, and then pauses for a beat, and then drops and goes and just fucking loses it and screams. And it's because he broke his toes kicking the helmet, but it just
fucked it.
But it played into the shot perfectly, you know. No.
No, he did. It was the Two Towers.
Okay, my mistake. And then another super famous one besides Dustin Hoffman was the leave the gun, take the cannoli.
That's not so much a mistake. Oh man, 02 in the chat. The Breaking Bad pizza on the roof is a mistake.
What's the story behind that one?
So Bryan Cranston is supposed to do the fucking shot where he's so pissed off he throws the pizza, and it just happened to land perfectly on the roof, and Cranston didn't know what to do, so he just kind of stared at it and didn't know how to act.
Okay.
And that's the shot that went into Breaking Bad, which apparently led to like nightmares for the people who bought that house.
Yes, they had
to put up like a security fence because people would just go to what Albuquerque, wherever it is, and go to the fucking house and just toss pizzas on the fucking roof all day.
Okay. Is there some kind of Lord of the Rings factoid bit that I'm missing here where people quote that fact?
No, what it is that did you know that Aragorn broke his foot in this scene is like one of the most annoying husband telling wife while watching the nerd movie bits of trivia conceivable.
Is it?
Yeah.
I didn't know.
It's on the same level of watching Last of Us and going, that's the guy who plays Joel in the game.
I see. Gotcha. All right. Thank you. For what it's worth, we're answering the question. I mean, it was not unvolunteered information. All right. Yeah, that's a bunch of good ones. Cool. All right. Good business. That's good. That's good.
I am eagerly awaiting news from Universal Media Group over the coming week. There are rumbling. I don't care. I want to talk about it.
There are rumblings. There are
Universal Media
There
Group
are rumblings.
Is telling Kendrick to shut the fuck up, and he's like, nah.
Now, you are finding out firsthand just how many, as you're following this, how much bullshit is developed and how quickly people.
That's fun.
Yeah. I get. Yeah. I did like people. There's a whole bunch of people that lie about shit to just try to get something popping off. So it's annoying when it confuses what's real and what's not. When you're like, is this actually happening? And then you bring it up a week later and people are like, that was confirmed fake. And it was like, oh, well, fuck.
Yeah, well, I had my fun while I thought it was real.
I guess I don't live in that world. I live in a very, I don't, I hate it. But it is cromulent. These rumors are cromulent. I believe.
Listen, man, listen. If president comes out tomorrow and says, "Listen, there's fucking moon bears. Okay, there's bears on the moon attacking the moon base," I'm gonna be with him for a minute because that's fun.
I think fun is there's a limit that a rap beef can get to when it's profitable for all parties and everybody is having a good time with all the super attention they're getting. And then that exact threshold is the moment you drop the fucking A minor line.
So I
it's
was
like, oh,
why the
this
hell
is
would
no longer
Universal
fun.
Media-
This is now a threatened empire. Oh no,
why
there
would
are
Universal
billions.
Music Group give a shit about this rap beef? And then I looked it up and I was like, oh, Universal Music Group is the label that at the top has both Drake and Kendrick. So it's their employees are fighting each other in the break room.
Like you have to think. The thing about it is that like Drake is Drake Inc. Right? It's OVO Inc. It's the entire. There's the whole thing, the tour, the giant, like the production that goes into being fucking just Walmart ass background pop. Like, you know, that takes a lot of people and employees that are not digging the idea of this heated beef unmaking.
Listen, dude, if this beef goes on, what are those ghostwriters going to do? How are they going to feed their ghost families?
Oh man. And Kendrick has bars on ghostwriters too from early in the day, because like that's one of the things where he was apparently early on in his career a ghostwriter that would write fire for others, you know.
Man,
like, so he has that extra little thing, you know, towards it.
So this is not specific to rap music, obviously, but like I feel like every single person has like the same opinion on ghostwriters, which is if you don't pretend that you wrote your songs, who gives a shit? But if you do pretend that you wrote your own songs and you didn't, go fuck yourself. Oh, no. I don't think the Monkees were out there fucking pretending that they were anything other than a Beatles knockoff, but I like some of the Monkees songs.
So I can guarantee you that there's a state that a lot of artists get to, like where you have someone like a Drake sitting in a room with a bunch of his friends, and the concept of the ghostwrite doesn't quite equate to here is some pen and paper written up verses for you, sir. But it's more like, yeah, and then I would do something like... And then you pause, and then someone else in the room says something and goes like, yeah. And then,
that's lame as fuck, dude.
You know what I mean? It's kind of this, like, you have this little fucking game of improv freeze tag, you know, where you're like, yeah, we're kind of all doing it together, but it really was me, but it's kind of not me, you know? It's that little, like, I'm in the room, we're in the room together. You know, there was a point...
Listen, I don't know anything about anything, but if I went with my gut on this... I would say the reason why the Heart Park 6 is so trash and doesn't make any sense is because Drake was like, I'm going to write this one myself with nobody's help. It's going to be all me.
Haha, idiot. I thought you'd think I was a pedophile.
I tricked you. I tricked you into thinking I did it. I got, the master plan. Don't you look stupid now?